it's time to sit back and relax with your favorite drink and listen. I hunt reverse vampires. Yeah, you read the title right. I hunt vampires, but not quite the ones you're thinking of. Yes, they are undead. They feast on the blood of humans and use sex appeal to lure in hapless victims. But that is where it all stops, for the most part. The best way to describe them is as reverse vampires. All the lore you know was created as misinformation by the many high-ranking clans. They taught us to expect the exact opposite from what they truly are. But they are still vain bastards, so they leave hints to their true nature if you know how to spot them. I could read all of their qualities and behaviors out to you like a textbook, but I want you to actually listen and not fall asleep. So I'll tell you a little story. How I first came across their accursed kind, and how my life was changed forever. I grew up in a small town in Idaho, like very small, less than 1,000 people. Most of the people who lived there were farmers. My father was a corn farmer, and me and my twin brother were his ranch hands. We were only 16 at the time and were homeschooled and, naive. At least my pop gave us the weekend off from farming and studying. Now, being in a tight-knit community meant everybody knew everybody. Me and my bro would walk about a mile to the corner store to get snacks most weekends. Wasn't much else to do, and the store was a local meetup for kids in my youth group. We didn't have many options in the way of girls. Our youth group had 2 of them. My brother was dating one, and the other one wasn't very pretty. But like most 16-year-old boys, we were obsessed with pretty girls, but also terrified of them. So, you can imagine my amazement when a dark-skinned beauty stepped out of the cornfield as we walked down the road towards the corner store one Saturday. Oh my God, she was beautiful. It was my first time seeing a 10 in the wild. Long black hair shining in the noonday sun, soft, elegant features and big brown almond eyes. Her skin tone was a rich brown hue that seemed to glow with an inner light. She wore a thin, light-colored summer dress, showing off her prominent curves. I only saw her for a second, but I already had a clear mental picture of her in my head. She stood about 15 yards from me at the edge of the cornfield. She smiled a beautiful smile and turned to disappear into the corn. I stopped, dumbstruck. My brother had been walking beside me and looking down at his phone while complaining about his girlfriend. When he noticed I'd stopped, he turned to look at me. "Did you see her?" I spoke with amazement. Of course, he had not. When I described her, he laughed. "You really need a girlfriend, bro. You're so pent up, your mind is making one up for you now." I must have looked like an idiot running back and forth down the edge of the cornfield, trying to catch a glimpse of her. I only stopped because my brother started filming me with his phone, narrating the whole thing for his girlfriend. I grabbed my brother and we began wrestling. Pretty normal thing between us. The only reason our fight was cut short was because a beat-up blue Ford pickup came rolling up. I almost had my bro pinned when I noticed it. It had come to a stop by us and just sat idling. We both got up and started dusting off the dirt and grass clinging to us. The tint on the windows was almost pitch black, so I couldn't see inside. "We're okay. We're just playing around," I said. "Yeah," my brother agreed. No response from the vehicle. It just lingered for a moment before driving off. After this event, I decided to keep my mouth shut. Too much weirdness for one day. Well, maybe I'd imagine the girl. What would a girl like that be doing in the middle of nowhere? The next day came and I bugged my brother to make the walk to the corner store again. It was after church, around 1 p.m. Maybe the beauty would show herself again. Soon, my boyhood dream, though, would turn into a nightmare. We were walking around the same place when she stepped out of the stocks. She was more beautiful than I remembered, and this time my brother saw her too. His mouth was agape when he turned to look at me. We just stood admiring her for a while. She gave a playful smile and began to walk to us. My heart jumped in my chest. Hi, my brother said. Damn it, I wanted to be the first one to talk. Hello, boys, she said back warmly. She had a hint of an unfamiliar accent. Maybe she was Indian or Arabian. Oh, I saw you yesterday, I butted in. What are you doing out here? Oh, I'm like a man who's to the point, she laughed. A beautiful laugh. She looked me in the eye and smiled. I've been looking for someone to help me with my tractor. She pointed to the cornfield. Do you live here? My brother asked. I thought the Springers owned this field. Oh, we bought a part of it, she said quickly. But my tractor is stuck and I need help moving it. Do you two know anything about tractors? I mean, a little, I said. Truth is, I would have admitted to anything to be closer to her. Oh, good, she said as she stepped forward to take my hands into her own. I felt heat begin to rise in my cheeks. Oh, will you come? I nodded my head vigorously, but my bro looked a little trepidatious. Maybe he was the smarter one. She turned to him and said, Oh, you can meet my sister. She's my twin, like you two. And that was all my brother needed. I could tell he was already working on how he was going to break up with his current girlfriend. Still holding my hand, she led us into the cornfield. She picked up the pace and almost pulled me forward. We walked further and further into the field. My brother was beginning to wonder aloud where we were going. Almost there, she said. I can feel them getting closer. Well, that comment should have raised some flags, but I was thinking with my wrong head. We finally broke through into a larger circular clearing. The stalks had all been flattened out, reminiscent of a crop circle. Well, there was no tractor I could see, but there were 3 people standing in the center of the clearing. They all wore white clothes, hands spread and looking up into the sky. All 3 were dark-skinned and beautiful like the girl. The girl holding my hand turned and smiled at me again. Come meet my family, she said as she pulled me closer to them. There in fact was a girl looking like she could be her twin sister, and another girl with a dark tan and bleach white curly blonde hair. In the middle stood a tall, dark, statuesque man with a close-cut beard, voluminous flowing hair and prominent muscles. His shirt was open to show his chiseled chest. She took me right up to him. I was intimidated by the tall, handsome man. He had an aura of power about him. If he was the girl's boyfriend, I could never compete. He stood quietly with his eyes closed, letting the sun warm his face and body. I looked back and forth at all 3 of them with their hands outstretched, facing the sun. What are they doing? I asked. They are basking, the girl responded, communing with the sun god. Her smile had turned from friendly to something else. Mocking, maybe. You're some sort of hippie cult, came my brother's voice from behind me. A dark look shot across her perfect face before returning to the reassuring grin. Come here and meet my sister, she said and beckoned my brother closer. She turned and spoke quietly to the tall man. Armand, I've brought tributes. His eyes fluttered and he opened them to slowly look down at us. His eyes were a brilliant green and held a quiet intensity. His stare made my heart race quicker than the girl's did. I felt the need to make this man like me. You did good, Joyty, he said to the girl. She smiled and looked away in embarrassment. Sisters, awaken for the gifts Joyty has brought us, he announced. The two females opened their eyes and looked at us. The blonde let out a laugh of surprise, and the twin began to flow towards my brother. My brother's face reddened as the alluring woman walked around him, inspecting him. "So, do you need help with a tractor?" my brother said, looking back at the man. "Both of you will be quiet now," Armand said. I completely agreed with him. I wouldn't talk unless he said I could. My brother quieted also. We both waited for him to tell us what to do. He looked to the girl, Joyty, and asked, "Which one do you want to keep?" She bit her lip and pointed at me. I'd never felt so grateful in all my life. Oh, I would do anything for her, and him. My only regret was my brother was not chosen to be a part of whatever they had planned for me. The man sighed and motioned for my brother to step forward. "Come," he commanded gently. My brother walked up to stand beside me. The three women surrounded him. I heard a soft moan come from one of them. The man turned on me and leaned in, his green eyes blazing. He said with a clear smirk, "Whatever happens, you won't move." I froze in place. I stilled myself with all my heart. I knew I would never disobey him. "But you," he turned to my brother, "you may fight if you want." "What?" my brother said. His last words. The tall man shot out with his hand and cut my brother's cheek. 3 lines of crimson blood began to form on his face. All my brother had time to do was reach up to his cheek and give a look of horror. In an instant, the 2 twins bit onto either side of his neck. The blonde attacked him from the front, lashing out to bite his nose. He screamed as they dragged him to the ground. I saw all of this from the corner of my vision. I screamed with my brother, but I didn't move. I could hear ripping and moaning as my brother's screams turned to helpless gurgling, and then to nothing. I was breathing quickly and tearing up. My twin brother was surely dead, but I couldn't turn my head to look. Armand smiled cruelly and said, "You may look, child." And I did. My brother lay with his eyes open, frozen in a death mask of horror. His nose was missing and giant chunks had been taken out of his neck. He was covered with his own blood. The 3 women were fervently sucking and licking the blood off him like hungry leeches. I began screaming at this point. I was terrified, heartbroken, and angry. Angry at these bloodsuckers and at myself for not doing anything. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. I wanted to fight. The beautiful woman looked up at me, my brother's blood smeared across her face. At this moment, I hated her. Her beauty no longer wooed me. I could see the monster she was. "You bitch," I growled at her. "None of that," Armand said. "Look over here, boy." My head shot back to look into his green eyes. A look crossed his face. At first, I thought it was pity. Then I realized he was cringing at the sight of me. "I don't know what Joyty sees in you, but she's the reason you're not dead like your idiot brother." Armand scooted closer and put his arm around my shoulder. His breath smelled like rancid roadkill. "Thing is, we need to grow our nest back to strength. The cattle killed 4 of my followers back in El Paso. You get to be the new guy at the bottom of the totem pole. Oh, I'm sure the girls will have a lot of fun with you." He ended with a hard slap to my butt. "Maybe I'll join in too." That's when something began to change in me. All sadness left me and was replaced with a white-hot rage. Armand stepped back and Joyty swooned in front of me. She was speaking sweetly to me and telling me about how I would be changed into something new. I didn't care. I was seeing red. I felt myself beginning to move. I launched forward past Joyty and swung wide with my right. I saw a flash of surprise in his green eyes as my fist made hard contact. His head rocked so hard I saw a mist of sweat and spittle leave his face. When he looked back, his face wore an expression, a mix of incredulity and anger. His hand shot out and grabbed me by the throat. I let out a stifled choke as he lifted me into the air. "You insolent vermin. You dare strike me, you pan-shot worm." Joyty was terrified and tried to comfort Armand. He kicked her hard in the stomach. She skidded across the ground to the edge of the clearing. "We were going to save you, give you the gift of eternal life. But now I reject my offer for mercy." He squeezed me tighter. "Now I pull you apart piece by piece." It all happened at once. Armand's body shook violently and an incredible boom ripped through the air. My ears rang and birds took flight all around the clearing. I felt heat as Armand's chest erupted into flames. He screamed and looked to the side. Another blast and I fell to the ground, fire all around me. That's when I realized Armand's severed hand was still around my throat and on fire. I pulled hard at it to finally fling it away from me, burning my hands in the process. I sat up to see Armand struggling to stand. Fire engulfed his chest, and he was down a right arm. He screamed with a good amount of fear. "Shield me! Shield me!" Joyty and her twin ran to stand in front of Armand. Joyty spread her arms out and stared off into the field, screaming. The other hugged Armand tightly and began batting his flames vigorously. Another boom resounded and Joyty's face exploded into fiery pieces. Armand turned and took off running in the opposite direction, with the twin tailing close behind. A new woman burst into the clearing beside me, racking a shotgun, sending a spent shell flying. She wore what looked like a wielder's mask and an old-school army camo jacket. The blonde-haired monster was still crouched down by my brother's dead body. She hissed and reared up to face the camo woman. She looked like she was going to pounce when a metal arrow zipped into her head from the side. The blonde staggered. I could see the arrow went all the way through her temples. The blonde collapsed to the ground with a thud. I could see there was a thin wire attached to the end of the arrow that led taut into the field. The line slackened and another camouflage girl came out while reeling the wire back in, a crossbow hanging from a strap around her. "Finish the blonde, then help the kid," the first camo woman ordered before sprinting off in the direction of Armand. The crossbow girl had a balaclava on and big aviator shades. She walked over quickly to the downed blonde and looped the razor wire around her neck a couple of times. She then put her foot on the blonde's head and pushed down while pulling up on the wire with both hands. The way she had it gripped, she could pull back and forth with both hands, using the razor line to cut through the blonde's neck tendons and bone. The blonde began to jerk and growl even though there was an arrow stuck through her head. In less than 30 seconds, the head snapped off to roll across the clearing. Crossbow girl stumbled back and let out an accomplished sigh. I almost felt sorry for the blonde. Crossbow girl walked over to me and removed her balaclava and aviators. She was a young girl with brown eyes and hundreds of freckles, but her face was stone cold. "Hey, what's up?" she said as she offered me a hand. The girl escorted me back out of the cornfield. She kept talking on her walkie with the other woman who was pursuing Armand. When we got back to the road, the beat-up Ford was there from the other day. I was sitting in the back seat as the girl gave me water and began digging around in the bed of the truck. The inside of the truck was filled with fast food wrappers, stray bullets, and maps. Mom lost his trail and is doubling back, the girl said suddenly, reappearing beside me. She'll collect your brother's remains when she gets back. Sorry about that, by the way. I turned to stare blankly at her. So they were mother and daughter. They went around shooting killer hippies with flaming shotgun bullets and crossbows. You're in shock. Hey, I crushed up a clonopin in your water, so drink up. I blinked. Who are you? What were they? What is... I trailed off. She put her hand on my shoulder. I winced as I remembered Ahmad doing the same thing. She got close and her breath smelled like spearmint instead of rot. Oh, we're hunters. Those were vampires. Mara'll tell you more when she gets back. Now, drink your water. The rest of the day was a blur. Hot sun beat down on my cold sweat, but Ma did come back, and she was more abrasive than her daughter. She told me pretty much what I told you at the beginning. These were vampires, not the night-dwelling emo kind, but the sun-baked hippie kind. They basked in the sun to charge their bodies and stay alive. But all that sun dehydrates, so they need blood. And she told me their totem isn't a bat. It's Ra, the sun god. Legend says the first vampires were his children. They've preyed upon us for millennia, literally doing it in broad daylight. Ma took me to bag up my brother in a body bag she had with her. I cried the whole time. She didn't judge me. I'm glad she left her daughter at the truck. Celia was her name, I was told. She said my brother wasn't turned, so he could get a proper burial back at my farm. She did tell me that they'd have to make a cover story about what happened here. When I asked why, she said many vampire clans work to remain secret from the world. If the story got out, a rival clan may kill me and my family to keep the story from spreading. I asked how many clans existed. She said she was uncertain because they're so secretive. She told me Ahmad was actually royalty in a vampire clan. He'd gone rogue and started killing recklessly, and that's how she got onto his trail. It was getting dark and we were back sitting on the tail of the ford when I asked, "Do they hunt at night?" "No, very rarely," Ma said in a gruff voice. They lose their charm ability and freak strength. Also, they sort of glow from all the sun they absorb. "Twilight got something right," Celia said. I snorted a laugh and the grief left me for an instant before flooding back in. I turned to look at the body bag loaded behind me. "I need to get home. I need to tell Dad." I started crying again. "Listen, kid," Ma said sharply. I turned, blurry-eyed, to face her. "We have ways to make you forget this day. We can make your pa forget this day, too. We, have the, technology. I can make it seem like an animal got your brother, or a car hit him. I can convince the cops, too. It'd be easier in this area. You probably have one anyways." She jumped down from the tailgate to stand and face me clearly. "But hey, I can feel your anger. You broke free of the charm of a royal vampire. You punched the asshole in the head. I think you want to remember. I think you want to be angry." I wiped the tears and snot away. I was intrigued by Ma's proposition. I wouldn't ever have to remember the sight and sound of my twin being killed beside me. I could forget how I felt so helpless. I could forget Ahmad. Oh, Ahmad. My fists and jaw clenched at the memory of his green-eyed stare. "No," I said flatly. "My dad, yes, but not me. I have to remember. He was my brother." Ma stared back at me, thinking. Her wrinkles seemed deeper in the failing light. Then she finally spoke. "And there's one thing I need to tell you. A lot of things will be kept from me at first, but I have to start with honesty." I gulped. I knew she was about to say something hard to hear. We used you two as bait," she sighed. "The other day, I put a tracking spell on both of you. I knew the freaks would go after such helpless victims." She looked at the ground and I could see genuine sorrow in her face. "But we did try to get to both of y'all fast. We did try to save you both." I went over it in my head. Ma could have warned us, but would we have listened? I sat still for a good minute before responding. "It happened. You did try to save us. It's not you who murdered my brother. It's Armand." I spat those last words. "It's him who should pay. Him and his horse." Ma cracked a smile at this. "What were your plans when you graduated?" Me and my brother were going to join the Marine Corps together. Buddy program. Like my dad did when he was our age. The twinge of sadness stabbed my heart again at the thought of him. Ma pulled a card out of her back pocket and handed it to me. It was wrinkled and old, with a 1-800 phone number on it. "In 2 years, when you graduate, and you want to forget all of this and move on with your life, you call this number, and someone will come to take those memories from you." She snatched it back and quickly wrote a number on the back side of the card. "If you graduate and you still feel angry, and you want to do something with that anger, you call me." So, that's my first story of how I got on the path of being a hunter. I was dropped off at the house, and Ma took Dad inside to talk. When I came in later, he was crying about his boy being hit by a car. When the sheriff arrived, he was soon thinking the same thing. Some sort of magic Ma used. Magic. It gets crazy. Well, I guess you deduced which phone number I called the day I graduated. Also, we don't call them vampires. They go by a bunch of different names. The most popular one is the anagram Marvrip. I think it sounds stupid, so I just call them Mavs. Easier than reverse vampire. So maybe I should have started the story with that, but you wouldn't have known what I was talking about. Anyways, stay tuned. I've got a lot to teach you, if you're willing to listen. Part 2. 2 Boots. Now that the pesky origin story's out of the way, I can get to the juicy bits. I can tell you how a black limo picked me up a week after I called the number Ma had left me. I half expected Ma to pull up in her beat-up Ford, but a blacked-out limo was a welcome surprise. Oh, I'm Taylor, by the way. My late brother was Tyler. I didn't think my name was important at first, but if you've stuck around this long, it's only fair to know. Well, anyways, when I sat down in the air-conditioned limo, I was across from Ma and some black guy in a nice suit and a shaved head. The limo was strangely well lit, leaving no shadows, almost like a hospital room. There was an awkward amount of time where we just sat across from each other. Ma stared intently, even nervously at me. The man hid behind dark shades in a blank stare, taping his fingers on his knees. This one broke Armand's charm in broad daylight, the man said in an unnaturally deep voice. It actually made me jump. I tried to cover it by rubbing my arms like it was cold. "Sure did," Ma replied. "Smacked him right in his smug face, too." The imposing man leaned forward and sniffed the air. I could see my uncomfortable image clearly in the reflection of his shades. "You a tough one, boy." Another awkward pause until I realized he actually wanted an answer. "I'm tough when it counts, sir," I said while trying to keep my voice calm. The man leaned back, sighed, and turned to Ma. "He smells like a bitch to me," he stated coolly. He hit a button on a panel beside him, and my door flung open. "Get out," he demanded harshly. "I'll have a tech mind wipe you later." I sat dumbstruck. I'd waited 2 years for this. Now I was being dismissed like I didn't take this seriously. It was a test, yeah, a mind game, just like the mind games Dad told me about in Marine boot camp. "No, sir," I said. I want to kill the things that murdered my brother. In an instant, the man was across the small gap between us and had me by the throat. His teeth gritted, veins showed prominently in his neck. You don't say no to me, bitch boy. You are nothing, and I owe you nothing. He reached his free hand out and slammed the door back shut. If you want to stay in the car, then stay. It's soundproof anyways. I'll wipe your mind right here. You won't even remember your brother when I'm done with you. His shades slid down and I caught a glimpse of his green eyes. Flashbacks ensued as I pushed him back with all my strength. He landed back in his seat and I launched after him, ready to deliver my signature right hook. Stop, he said firmly. I stopped. My eyes widened as I realized what this feeling was. I was charmed. It was a trap. They were monsters all along. I tried to push through like I did with Armand. But with Armand, it was like moving in quicksand. With this guy, it was like being stuck in hard concrete. The man took off his shades completely and smiled. Can you hit me? Or is your will too weak? Maybe the fire in your heart has dimmed these past few years. I can just erase your brother from your heart, so you have no reason to fight, if you like. I screamed a deep scream at him. I tensed and pushed, but I still couldn't move. The man's eyes went to my raised fist. It was quivering. So the fire still burns, he remarked in his deep voice. Tyler, stop, Ma said in a consoling voice. She sat forward to put her hands on my shoulders. She looked deep into my eyes. If you want answers, you'll calm down. She ushered me back to my seat and sat beside me. I was huffing pretty hard, but after a while my agitation subsided, and the dark man scooted to the middle of his seat. I was going to wait a while before I showed you my true self, but you intrigue me. He straightened his tie. The name is Rafe. I'm one of the things you want to kill. Is this a deal breaker for your irritable sensibilities? You're a vampire? I asked. Rafe smirked. Vampires don't exist. Never did. Fables like the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. I am Alnasl, the offspring of Ra. But you Westerners call us Mavrips. I looked at Ma. So you work with Mavrips to kill Mavrips? How does this work? Ma replied with a rehearsed tone. I work for a clan charged with keeping order. There's no reason in this modern society for Mavs to hunt humans anymore. Most clans are cruelty-free. Poaching humans and collecting them is considered a heinous crime. I laughed derisively. Cruelty-free? The freaks that ripped my brother to shreds didn't get the memo. No, they enjoy killing humans. Humans also enjoy killing humans, Rafe said, putting emphasis on the last word. Cruelty is inherent to all races. Us both being here today in the same limo shows we find cruelty unacceptable. Cruelty must be punished. The outliers must be purged. I opened my mouth to respond before Ma quickly cut in. Look, we work with Mavs to keep people safe. If this is a deal breaker, then get out. If not, then shut up anyway. I found my words caught in my throat. The door next to me once again popped open to accentuate the point. The hot air blew in on us, quietly sitting and staring. I let out a defeated sigh. Fine, I said as I reached out to close myself in. We were driving to a private airfield. On the 3-hour ride over, I was told to consider carefully. I could refuse to step onto the plane with no hard feelings. I would even be able to keep the memories I had. But once I got on the plane, I would not be given the chance to leave for the next 4 years. Attempts to escape would be dealt with harshly. It really was like going into the service. When we were on the plane, I asked, "Where are we going?" "No," Ma scolded. "The talking back and tests are over. You shut your damn mouth. This is a secret society. You learn things when we deem you learn them." Rafe must have snuck up behind me, because a bag went over my head and something sharp poked my neck. I was out like a light. When I awoke, I was in a high-ceiling building with cement floors. I was surrounded by 9 other people around my age. 7 boys and 3 girls in total. We all wore grey sweats and all looked groggy and confused. This is when the next month of my life melted together. 3 instructors burst through a side door to scream and PT'd us non-stop. All 3 were lean and well-muscled. Their psycho energy was ungodly. We fully believed all 3 were Mavs or some other freaks of nature. They started the day cranked to 11 and never came down. We all lost our cool with their harassment at some point. I pushed one away from me only to wake up hours later with a mild concussion. This went on for 16 hours a day. We had breaks for eating and showering and 2 separate rooms for sleeping, but other than that, there was nothing but screaming and exercising and hand-to-hand combat training. We were referred to as cattle and bait. The instructors never used names and seemed to genuinely hate us. We could only refer to them as instructor, sergeant instructor, and master instructor. Master instructor being the loudest and cruelest. There was no mention of mobs, no mention of being hunters, no mention of anything. Just day after day in a windowless building being torn down physically and mentally. Any resistance to training was punished brutally. By the end of the month, we all looked gaunt and extremely pissed off. After what seemed like an eternity, all 3 of our instructors walked out of the room. We all stood at attention, terrified. We'd never been left alone. It had to be a trick. When in walked Rafe in his 3-piece suit. I felt relief. Finally, some answers. I thought they were never going to address why we were really here. Raif told us we'd be entering the 2nd phase of training, intel and weapons. He escorted us out of the room, which led into a much bigger room. I believe it's used to be a hangar for jetliners. Every day that we woke up and entered the hangar, the interior layout would be changed. Movable walls like the ones seen on movie sets sectioned off different areas for training. It also housed its own indoor firing range. In class, we learned more about our enemy. Firstly, they didn't have fangs. Some of the more demented mavs sharpened their teeth to break the skin easier. Their tongue mutated at the end into 2 barbs, reminiscent of a snake's forked tongue. The tongue had hollow cartilage in the tips that acted like straws to suck blood. Secondly, only decapitation and fire had any effect on killing them. They had an incredible regeneration power. The shells Ma used were loaded with dragon breath incendiary rounds. My cattle buddy, Mark, said they were like trolls in D&D. I didn't know what he meant, but maybe it helps you understand. Thirdly, all mavs can turn humans into new mavs by having the human consume their blood or tissue. But this would only cause the human to half-turn. The half-turned would lose higher thought process and become feral. Only an ancient mav could completely turn a human into a new mav. And lastly, contrary to popular media, it's not sexy being a full-blown mav. Now, mavs have a magical charm ability on humans. You already know some humans can fight it, but once you're turned by an ancient mav, you are completely under his command. You are in thrall to his every whim. The head mav can read the minds of the ones he's turned and control them at any time from any distance. This makes them incredibly organized. Now I need to tell you about Mark. Yep, it's a harsh segue, but you need to know his story. Actually, the only fellow cattle you need to know out of the 10 of us are Mark, Vaus, and Mika. Mika was a badass. Now, I don't want to spoil her story just yet, so I'll circle back later. Vaus was super PT stud, super serious, already good at everything. Looked down on all of us, especially me and Mark. Talked little, but did tell us he'd trained his whole life for this. Mark said he was my Sasuke. Again, I hope that helps. Mark was like me in the way that he was recruited after his mother, father, and sister had been killed. Hunters had shown up too late, but he was recruited because he held his own against a feral Marv until he was rescued. He had a wicked scar running down his right cheek, more scars on his forearms and chest. Mark was always quick to smile and joke, but I saw the sadness in his eyes. Sadness, not rage like mine. We couldn't keep anything when we started the program, so Mark had sketched a portrait of his family and kept it tucked under his mattress. I also have to tell you about my special training. It started around the second phase. The instructor came in after lights out and pulled me out of bed. He pulled me back into the PT room from first phase. And there stood Raif, jacket off, laying beside him. He was rolling up his sleeve when I entered. The instructor quickly left and shut the door behind him. I stood to attention. "Every night, I'll bring you in here," he growled at me. "I'll make you an offer no one else gets. You tell me when you want to quit, then we let you go." He cracked his neck. "The only way this punishment stops is you quitting." He raised his hands into fists. "Or you beat me." He launched at me with his own right cross. He wasn't charming me, so I reacted quickly and ducked. Even with all my training, I could not keep up with him. He was so fast and his hits were so powerful. Even blocking an attack rattled my bones. The first time, I was in a bloody pile on the ground within a minute. The instructor came back in and knelt beside me. He injected something into my arm before dragging me back to my bunk. The next morning I was as good as new, and the next night I was beaten to a pulp again. Night after night it went on. I started to last a little longer each time, but Raif would cheat and freeze me with his charm before knocking the crap out of me. Every night as instructor dragged me back to bed, he would say, "Quit, cattle." Other than the nightly beatings and being singled out, things were going good in training. Maybe I was losing my mind. I was actually enjoying the weapons training. All 10 of us were at the shooting range firing crossbows. Master instructor giving gruff commands. But even this relative peace couldn't last long. In the middle of shooting, the hangar's intercom squawked to life. "Instructors, this is not a drill. All personnel prepared to repel hostiles." We all froze and turned to look at Master Instructor. We were all wondering if it was another mind game, but we quickly saw it wasn't, because Master Instructor didn't yell or call us cattle. "Training's over, hunters. Grab the shotguns and pistols. Loads Dragon's Breath and slugs. Pistols for headshots at close range only. Rally on me. Go." Pandemonium broke out. All 10 of us hustling to the gun lockers and spilling out shells from boxes. Once we were all loaded up, we circled around Master Instructor. We rearranged the shoot house for training later today. On the other side of that maze of walls is the office section. If we have an emergency, it'll likely come from there. Now, stay on me. Check your corners and muzzle awareness. And with that, he turned to jog to the opening of the shoot house maze. We all followed to stack up on either side of the doorway. I was second in the stack behind Vaus. I heard crashing and footsteps coming from within. All my muscles tensed. That's when Sergeant Instructor limped into view. His face was iron, but he was covered with blood and nursing a leg. "At least 3 mavs. About a dozen half-turn. They're looking for something. Taking prisoners. Close behind me." He spoke quickly to Master Instructor on the opposite side of the doorway from me. A scream and a boom followed immediately as the wounded Sergeant Instructor was flung through the door, blood trailing behind him. Before even Master Instructor could react, Vaos was through the door firing back at whatever had killed the sergeant. Not to be shown up, I followed close behind. Vaos had already downed a Mav, evident by a flaming pile of blood-spattered walls. A crazy-looking half-turned charged into the kill room from an opposite doorway. Both our shots, incendiary and buckshot, smashed him simultaneously. As we both racked new rounds, another half-turn came over the wall, while two more rushed through the door. "Back! Back!" yelled Master, as I spotted another figure soaring high above us, soaring over the maze. It was another Mav, and it had landed somewhere behind us. My quick glance of it showed it was wearing all black with body armor and a glinting sword. Master turned to quickly engage the hostile behind us with his pistol. All the 8 remaining fellow cattle students that hadn't entered the maze were quickly under attack by the sword-wielding enemy. Master had left us in the maze to assist his students. We faced down the hissing half-turned with thunderous shots. Vaos looked at me with his patented, serious expression. "We push through or we die," he stated. And so we did. We used what we learned to clear the rooms one by one to push towards the end of this maze. Either by accident or by design, somebody cut off the lights, drenching us in black. This made the half-turn glow with an orange, unnatural light. We moved silently, easily spotting them before letting loose with a crack of fire. Vaos would drop them with a fiery volley, and I would roll up to blow their heads off while they squirmed on the ground. Finally, we spotted the exit. We could see the offices beyond, still with their lights on. All we had to do was make it down a long hallway. "Now that the exit is secure, you can go back and retrieve the rest of them," Vaos ordered me. "First off," I argued, "screw off. Secondly, you're coming back with me, coward." Vaos was about to reply when a glowing figure landed lightly between us. A kick knocked my shotgun low to fire into the ground. The Mav spun away from me to deliver a kick to Vaos' midsection. It quickly grabbed him by the head and rammed half of Vaos' body through the thin wall. I tried to level my shotgun and rack a shell. The Mav turned with 2 silver flashes. My shotgun split in 2 and I felt myself falling sideways. When I hit the ground, I was laying in someone's warm blood. The Mav bent over to look me in the eye. A look of recognition flashed across her beautiful face. It was Joyti's twin sister. "Oh, how exciting," she said. "You're the one who got my sister killed." She said this and raised her sword. "You killed my brother," I mumbled back. Things were getting foggy. Another orange figure landed behind the twin. It glowed brilliantly. The twin's face stretched in horror as a glowing hand encircled her neck from behind. Her hair was grabbed and her head was ripped off from the mouth up. Her head was slung to bounce off the wall with a sick smack. Then I heard the brilliant orange Mav speak. It was Raif. "Instructor, help these hunters." Once again, Instructor came to inject me with another shot. My vision blurred and I felt the warm sensation of heavy narcotics in my bloodstream. I did notice something weird as my vision faded. One of my boots was standing upright in a pool of blood in front of me. It tipped over, and to my horror, I realized my foot was still in it. Well, sorry to leave on a cliffhanger. This was a big info dump, and it only gets crazier from here. Process all this before it all flips again. Part 3. 3 Promises. I know I left off at the most inopportune time, but It's a lot for me to tell. My time in Hunter boot camp all runs together in my memory now. Maybe it was all the stress of all the drugs, all the beatings, or maybe I just like messing with you by stopping the story as soon as it's getting good. After the horrible realization that one of my legs had been chopped off by the harpy, I'd fallen into a medically induced sleep. A lot of vivid dreams of bright colors of screaming monsters followed. Finally, I came to in some sort of medical wing. It was my right leg, from the knee down. She chopped it off like a skilled surgeon. I don't doubt I received a mixture of medical and magic to keep me from dying that day. Mark was the first to visit me, his familiar smile on his sad face. He told me the damage. It was only me, Mark, Vaus, and Mika left. Vaus had left the infirmary a day before me. Mika lost a couple of fingers, and Mark had made it out with no new scars, this time. He explained to me what had happened when Vaus and I left the others to push through the maze. Once I heard what happened, I chastised myself for not staying and helping. Mark had none of it, though. He said if we didn't press the attack, we would all have been overrun and killed. The black-clad Mav that had landed behind us immediately cut Nero in half. The Mav charmed 2 more students and commanded them to fire on their own. Mark had to shoot and kill Svetlana before she could shoot anyone else. The Mav then looked right at Mark and told him to kill himself. Mark said he stood still, trying to resist the urge to put the shotgun barrel in his mouth while the rest of the team fought in front of him. He said only Master Instructor, Mika, and Roland were left. He peppered the Mav with buckshot and pistol fire, but he was wearing some serious body armor. Master and Roland finally got hands on him, and the wrestling match was on. They got the sword away from him, but the damn Mav had a hidden knife that he used to slit Roland's throat. Well, turns out Master Instructor isn't the Mav, and he was losing the fight pretty badly, getting stabbed numerous times. That's when Mika comes in with only a crossbow bolt tied to a line of razor wire. She looped it all around him, head, arms, and torso. Every time the Mav swung at her, she ducked under it and looped him up even more. Master must have figured out the plan and tackled the Mav, getting stabbed more in the process. Mika uses her shirt to wrap around her hands and pull the wire tight so the Mav is pinned. The wire cutting deep into the joints between the Mav's armor. The wire did slice through her shirt and cut deep into her hands, but she kept pulling. Mark said he watched all 3 screaming and bleeding until the Mav went silent. Mark was released from the charm and immediately walked over to finish the Mav with a shotgun to the head. Wow, I said, looking down and thinking. You got to see Mika with her shirt up. Mark burst out a laugh. She had a sports bra on, dumbass. I saw the smile reach his eyes this time. But he quieted, and when he looked back at me, he wasn't even wearing his fake smile. I thought killing him would feel good, but I felt nothing, he said with a faraway look. Do you know how hard it is to fight being charmed? Me, being an idiot, didn't pick up on the context at the time. I've been there, brother. But you were strong enough to resist. That's what counts. I clapped him on the shoulder. It'll all get easier when we get out of this hellhole. Me and you will be the dopest team. Taylor, he said quickly, cutting me off. I need you to promise me something. Okay, I said quizzically. Me and you are the same. We're brothers. He paused and took a breath. Don't give up, no matter how hard it gets. He placed his hand on my arm that was on his shoulder. I was taken aback by the show of intimacy from him. There has to be justice for the ones we lost. No more than that, he continued. We need to stop this from happening to other families. We have to stop the creation of broken kids like you and me. We both stared at each other. He slowly removed his hand from on top of mine. His intensity returned to downcast once again. I promise, Mark, I said firmly. We'll both save people and avenge our families. He gave a slow half smile and stood up. Remember your word, dumbass, he said as he walked to the door. I was confused by the way he was acting. A thought occurred to me. He was torn up over having to kill Svetlana. Hey, I said as he opened the door. He half turned to look at me. You did the right thing. Svetlana would have forgiven you. Don't feel bad about it. Here's the thing, bro, he replied. I don't feel anything. And with that, he slipped out the door, leaving me to run through this conversation millions of times, wishing I could have said anything different. Later that day, nurses came in and fitted me with a prosthetic leg. The leg was made out of a super light metal with runes scratched all in it. Once it was attached, a woman knelt down and whispered into it for an awkward amount of time. I just sat there quiet as the woman prayed over my new leg, and the other 3 nurses hummed in unison. Finally, the whispering and humming stopped. The woman spit a command word at my leg, and suddenly took the weight and form of my real leg. I could even feel my toes. This is only temporary, boy, said the lead nurse. Raif wants you up and ready ASAP. Illusion and sensory spells like this run out fast. And with that, they left, leaving me to walk around the med bay with my new magic leg. I have to admit I looked like the biggest idiot, kicking around and having imaginary fights with my sweet new leg. That's when Instructor walked in. I quickly went to attention, and he pretended he didn't see me kicking the air. Raif wants you, he said. He waved for me to follow, and we walked through the long hangar. It was completely empty and clean. How's Master, Instructor? I asked. Didn't make it, Instructor said flatly, not turning to look at me, just keeping the same quick pace. After a couple more steps, he added, He died for you, Carol. You better all be worth it. Instructor led me through a side door to the hangar. I hadn't seen the outside in months. The burning sun hit me full force, causing me to shield my eyes. We were in some sort of arid climate. I looked around to see flat land, dirt, and splotches of shrubbery as far as the eye could see. Reminded me of where Walt and Jesse cooked meth in the RV. The instructor continued his pace towards the horizon, marching right towards the setting sun. I was still partially blinded and used the instructor's shadow to let my eyes adjust. Finally, we came to a stop. I looked around, Instructor, to see Raif, standing with his back turned to me, facing the dying sun. His arms were outstretched and he was shirtless, soaking in the last of the light. He turned to face me. His muscled body looked to be carved out of obsidian. Last chance, Carol, he said. This is the last of our meetings. The last chance to quit. I half expected this sort of crap from Raif. Fighting me right after I lose my leg. I launched forward after him. The initiative would go to me. He looked me in the eye and commanded, Stop. I pushed through his charm. I realized the charm was less effective when you expected it. I swung out a low kick to the knee of Raif with my good leg, buckling him. I locked him up with both arms and executed a leg sweep. Raif just went with the momentum, flipping with unnatural grace to land steadily on his feet. He uppercut me, but I swung my head back towards him to headbutt him in the nose. He stumbled back from me. I felt the world spin. It was like slamming my head into a brick wall. I saw a look of anger flash across his face as he charged back in. I raised my guard, but Raif came in with a devastating, sweeping kick to the inside of my fake leg. The magic sent a shock of pain up my body as my leg flew off me into the air. I landed hard on my chin. I looked up at Raif's feet and cursed. Oh, you cheating asshole. Raif calmly walked over to my discarded leg and picked it up. I actually had no intention of fighting you, boy. I just wanted to talk. He looked at the leg, then down at me. So I'll hold on to this for the time being. He hunkered down next to me, just out of grabbing distance. Save your strength. Your last fight will be tomorrow night, at 3:00 a.m. when a mav's powers are at their weakest. Just let's finish this here, I grunted. Give me my leg back. Oh, you're not fighting me tomorrow, boy. I've been training you for this new fight. Slowly building up your resistance to being charmed. Trying to give the lamb a weapon before he's led to slaughter. He got up and stretched, turned and began to walk away. One more chance to give up. At least give me my leg back, I screamed. This is my property. Your leg was incinerated yesterday, he said, holding the leg up. Quit, Carol. I started crawling after him. The sun was low and he was starting to let off an orange glow. I won't give up. I promise you that, you glowing bastard. Well, I had to crawl about a quarter of a mile to the hangar. Then all the way through the hangar. Finally to the room with my bunk in it. Mark saw me and helped me hobble to my bed. Vals was already there, sleeping. He turned to give me and Mark the stink eye before turning around to sleep. I told Mark everything. All the special training the sadist Raif was giving me. How he stole my leg and kept badgering me about quitting. How he had some big final fight with me tomorrow night. Mark just listened and let me vent all my curses and frustration. At the end of my tirade, he asked, "But you remember your promise? The one to never give up?" I looked at him sincerely. "Yeah, bro, never. Screw that bald-headed bastard. We're gonna crush this training." He smiled back weakly. "Good. That's your promise to me. Now, go hit the shower. I'm not helping you with that." He walked to a supply closet and pulled out a sweeper for me to use as a makeshift crutch. When I finished my shower, he was working on his sketch of his family. I fell asleep fast. I didn't know what challenge Raif had waiting for me, but I was sure I could beat it. The next morning, instructor came in with crutches for me. Val sprung to attention like we did every morning. Mark lay still in his bed. The instructor screamed at him to get up, but he didn't move. Well, I'm gonna have to move quick through most of this. It's hard even now to write about. Mark had taken his life during the night. He stood at a risk to hang it over the side facing away from me. Of all the deaths I'd experienced in my short life, this one tore the heart right out of me. Almost worse than my own brother. I couldn't save either of them. My brother from the monsters, and Mark from the ones in his head. Conversations we'd had the day before played in repeat in my mind. Oh, hindsight was so clear. I was so stupid. When the instructor brought a stretcher in for his body and Vals helped lift him, I saw he was laying on his folded sketch of his family. I picked it up and unfolded it. It was a beautifully realistic drawing of his family, smiling and posing. But a new addition had been added. It was a drawing of me, standing with his kid sister and mom and dad. Written at the top in his scratchy handwriting was one sentence. "Remember your promise." I ain't gonna lie, I bawled like a baby. Instructor and Vals carted him away. They left me alone for the rest of the day. Only Vals came back to say Mark will be buried with the rest of the fallen at the memorial tomorrow. Before Vals left me to my grief, he added, "It takes a different kind of person to do what we do. Mark was not weak, he was stronger than most, just not like us." And with that he left. I considered it one of the nicest things he'd ever said about Mark. Maybe Vals wasn't a complete douche after all. Along came 2 a.m., and I knew my little appointment with Raif wouldn't be cancelled because of my friend's death. So when instructor walked in, I used my crutches to try and stand to attention. "At ease, Colonel," he said as he presented my fake leg to me. I sat down and strapped the bad boy back on. He spoke a magic word, and it took the form of a real leg, feeling and all. He leaned in close to talk quietly to me. "Raif asked me to equip it with something extra. The ball of the foot is equipped with a makeshift claymore. Detonating it will destroy your leg, but it's your trump card. He handed me a piece of folded paper. This is its verbal activation phrase. I opened it and looked at what it said. I quit, it read. I was thoroughly confused. What game was Raif playing? Why would he give me a powerful weapon to fight him? The instructor walked me through the office area to an elevator. The elevator took us up 2 floors and opened to a white hallway with heavily armed guards on both sides. The instructor typed on a keypad to let me into a bright room. And there stood Raif, his arms behind his back. To the right side of the room was some sort of opaque glass wall that divided it. I could see blurry images on the other side. This is the moment, Taylor. Everything that has happened has built up to this. All the horror, all the training. I began to take a fighting stance, and Raif raised a hand. No, you are not fighting me. Raif clicked a remote and the blurry glass cleared up to show someone in kneeling position on the other side of the room. I turned and looked close. It was a large man kneeling down with his long black hair covering his face. His hands were restrained behind his back with a thick, looping metal lock. The man looked up and sniffed the air, a thick metal collar around his neck. It was Armand, beaten and dirty. He spoke in his buttery voice. I smell cattle on the other side of the glass. Did you bring a snack to tempt me, right? I was enraged. This asshole was here. For how long? This is why we were attacked. His brood was looking for him. We've held him here for about 3 months, Raif said, as if he was reading my mind. I've been torturing him for information on his master's whereabouts. Armand is not an ancient Mavrib, yet his master freed him so he could go out and cause havoc. He granted Armand free will centuries before he was mature enough. His master is just as responsible for the death of your brother as he is. I looked at Raif. Let me torture him. I'll get you what you want, and I'll kill him. Raif chuckled. Don't doubt you can give me what I want. I've tortured him in ways so debaucherous you would faint. He's not bent or given in, but he knows I'm done with him. I was going to execute him tomorrow before the memorial. So, why am I here? I asked. You're the carrot, he replied calmly. He agreed to give me the location of his fellow disciple, another apprentice to his rogue master. I'll try torturing answers out of the new apprentice. The only way he would agree to give me this information is if I offered him you. Before I could answer, he continued. You see, Mavribs have a code of honor of sorts. 2 powerful Mavribs can stare into each other's eyes and charm each other by making an unbreakable promise with one another. Raif turned to look at Armand. He knew I was going to kill him tomorrow, so I tempted him with getting revenge on the kid that got him caught, and a last bloody meal. He gives me the information, I give you him. You just set me up to die? I screamed. No, we only made the promise to each other yesterday. I'm honor bound and compelled to offer you to him now. In return, he'll tell me what I want when he sees you. Raif studied my angry face and continued. Hey, I've been giving you special training and the chance to quit every night. I've pushed you harder than any cattle. You're practically impervious to being charmed. All this time, you never quit. Now you're scared because it's Armand and not me. I am not scared, I spit back. Good, Raif said, pushing his shades up. Doesn't matter if you accept anyways. I made a promise. I have too, I stated back flatly. Well, I try to keep these segments short so you can all digest them in little bits. In the next one, we'll have way more action, I promise. I'll try to get back to you quickly. Next up, my fight with Armand. Part 4. 4 beeps. Okay, we are back. Time for the fight. But first, let me go on a long, drawn-out flashback of another person I haven't told you about. It's pretty important to the fight that's about to happen, so I'll give you some context and maybe get to the fight next time. I'm kidding. Let's get right to where we left off. I stared at Armand on the other side of the glass. He couldn't see me, but he could smell me. So you brought the twin boy, the one whose brother screamed so shrill when he died. Armand smiled a sly smile. Didn't even fight back. Do you have more fight than him, boy? Did I help make you a man? He mocked with a condescending tone. Let's get this over with, I told Raif, while staring daggers at Armand on the other side of the glass. Wait, Raif said. The deal is just you and him in the cell. Raif turned me to look in his green eyes. If there's any attempt to escape, the collar on his neck will explode. I felt a twinge in my mind, but shook it off. Why was Raif being so weird? Yep, okay. I'll kill him before he can even try to escape, I said back. Then let's get to it, Raif said and walked to the door. An armed guard opened the door to Armand's cell. Armand let out a crack of laughter. Soft boy. Warden has granted me a fine last meal. I looked at the ground and stepped back towards the glass wall. Let him think me soft. Oh, I won't charm you, boy. I'll give you the same courtesy as your bitch brother. Well, I knew that was a lie. Raif taught me that Mavs fight dirty. I looked up at him and smirked. Soft boy, huh? Armand was about to say something else stupid when Raif interrupted. You are compelled to tell me what I need to know. Armand put on a look of offense. Oh, Master Raif, am I not a son of Ra like Horus? Heresy, Raif spat. You are honorless and of diluted blood. Now, tell me where your sibling disciple is. Armand waved for Raif to come closer and whispered in his ear. Raif stepped back and said, You have fulfilled your end. Now mine. He hit a button and the metal shackles fell off his arms to thud to the floor. At least wait until I leave the room, Raif said to Armand. Oh, of course, Armand hissed, his long tongue splitting to a fork at the end as he lowered his stance. Raif turned to me. Goodbye, cat. And I pushed past Raif to punch Armand in the face for the second time in 2 years. My left shot out to straight jab him right in the throat. Armand choked and I swung my magic leg to kick him hard in the nuts. Armand was completely off balance. He was bent over and stumbling backwards. I jumped after him to deliver a Tony Jaa elbow to the top of his head. Armand's eyes crossed as I grabbed him by the neck with both hands, forcing him against the back wall. My thumbs found his eyes and I pushed them in, blood erupting down my hands. Oh, I'd planned this for a long time. Armand let out a scream of pure pain, loud and shrill. I continued to dig thumbs inwards. I would tear him apart and stomp on his face with my exploding magic leg to finish him. The screams got louder, and he squirmed as I forced him to his knees. Then I realized something. Armand was screaming like a woman. Like pretend screaming. His womanly screams turned to mocking laughter. Oh no, my eyes, I'm blind, he chided. Then a strike hit me in the stomach. Armand's hand was open in a cruel, claw-like pose, his fingertips stabbing into me. Is that all you've got? He said in a grave voice. He stood up An open hand slapped me across the face with lightning speed. I saw bursts of lights and stars in the corners of my vision. He stood eyeless and smiling at me. He shot forward to grab me by my shoulders and slammed my head into the roof, the light fixture shattering and landing around me as I hit the ground. The room was dark, except for the soft glow from the room on the other side of the glass wall. Armand glowed brilliantly. Oh, he wasn't weak. Raif didn't train me enough to fight this. I was a sacrifice. Raif had left, and I was all alone with this madman. He picked me up by the collar and used his forked tongue to lick the blood off my face. I could smell his horrible breath again. I delivered an elbow, but with no effect. His glowing face with 2 holes for eyes just laughed. A hand stabbed into my side and blood poured freely. Armand now licked his hand, holding me out with the other. He was going to take his sweet time killing me. My mind raced. Maybe I could swing my leg up and activate the claymore. I gave a test kick with my real leg and he intercepted it with a knee to my groin. All strength left my lower calf. If there is an attempt to escape, the collar will explode, came the memory of Raif's voice. I had a plan, but I had to get this asshole to drop me. Armand, please, I choked. I'll help you escape. I'll help you kill Raif. Armand tilted his head in curiosity. His left eye had already grown back. You can't turn me. I'll be your soft boy, I sniffed. It would be the worst insult to Raif, me betraying him. Armand let out his hearty laugh. He was intrigued. How does a lowly cattle like you help me get out of here? He whispered. I have a code, an activation code to remove the glass wall, I whispered back harshly to him. Instructor gave it to me behind Raif's back. Instructor takes care of me. Both eyes were back now. Armand looked me up and down. I bet he does, soft boy. Armand thought a second. All right, get me out of here. He flipped me around to face the opaque glass wall, his hand around my neck. He pushed about 2 feet away from it. I took a breath. Oh, please let this work. Say the activation phrase, Armand demanded. I put my magic leg flat against the glass. I shielded my face and closed my eyes. I quit, I screamed. There was a deafening blast as my leg exploded against the opaque glass, sending me and Armand flying backwards, the glass shattering into millions of pieces. The room was filled with smoke and alarms were going off. Armand and I lay beside each other on the opposite side of the room. Armand cushioned me from smacking the wall. I looked up to see a pretty good-sized hole in the glass wall, enough to crawl through. I started pulling myself across the room to the hole. I could hear Armand stirring behind me. Not good. Armand, let's go, I said as I pulled myself up on the sharp lip of the broken glass. I felt Armand stomping towards me. No, boy. I told you once, I revoke the mercy of turning you. You'll make a good snack to heal me for my fight with Raif. I toppled through the hole to the other end, stabbing my belly pretty good. As I sat up, Armand was reaching in after me. And that's when it happened. What I prayed would happen. A green light lit up on his collar and let out a singular but loud beep. Armand stopped halfway through the hole, a question on his face. Another audible beep chimed. This one lit up beside the green light as a yellow light. There were only 2 lights left. Realization dawned on Armand's face. He tried to scoot back through the hole, but I sprang up to catch him by the head and dropped down with him, stone-cold stunner style. His collarbone stabbed deeply into the glass. I pulled him down further, to be sliced by the bottom of the hole even more. He screamed. A third beat. This time the light was orange. I turned to look him in his eyes. "Pull me up! Pull me up!" he screamed, the cowardice creeping into his voice. His charm ability hitting me at full force. I just smiled at him. "No," I said to him as I pulled his hair hard, sliding him down further. The fourth beep was a long, sustained beep, the red light blinking to light. I threw myself back as another deafening explosion occurred, showering me with brains and hair and destroying the glass even more. When the smoke cleared, I looked up, coughing. The other half of Ahmon's body was on fire. His head was pink mist all over the room. I lay down and shut my eyes. Did Raif compel me? Or had I figured it out on my own? I doubt he would ever tell me. The door slid open, and an instructor came in. I produced my hand for him to give me my shot. Raif stood in the doorway. Things started to get fuzzy with the drugs and magic in my system, but I swear I saw him smile before turning to leave. Well, that's the end of the arsehole Ahmad. Now I'm on to the next big, bad, evil guy. I hunt reverse vampires. 5-point pentagram. Alright, we are back. I had to take a little bit of a break. Going through my past is mentally straining on me. Also, my memories jumble together. Well, I'll get to the reason for that later. So Armand's punk ass was dead now. Oh, it felt good. Really good. I knew I was different from my late friend Mark now. I knew I wanted to continue the fight. I slept like a bandaged up baby that night. The look on Ahmon's face before his head exploded was like an Ambien to me. The next afternoon I limped out with crutches to the memorial we were having outside. It was the first time me, Mika, and Vaus had been together since the attack. We lined up with the instructor, Raif, and a few others I'd never seen before. Lay before us were 11 graves with fresh dirt piled upon them. All my cattle mates and some staff. Behind them was a 3-foot-tall white marble column with a sculpted balance scale atop it. On one end of the balance lay a sculpted heart on the tray, on the other a sculpted feather. Both were weighed equal on the scale. The inscription on the column said, "Alas, in our eyes, you were found pure." I didn't know what all the symbolism meant at the time, but I got the gist of it. I mourned for Mark most of all. His heart was too pure to withstand the horrors of this life. He stood quietly as Raif spoke in an ancient tongue over the graves. Then a priest stepped up to read from Psalms. Well, this blew my mind. Shouldn't a priest be shoving a cross in Raif's face, screaming, "The power of Christ compels you"? I guess things really were different from the movies, but I did see Vaus make the sign of the cross with the priest. Interesting. Vaus must have seen me looking, and he stared back at me. Mika was between us, her entire left hand a robotic replacement now. Well, she'd lost 3 of her fingers and said, "Screw it, just give me a whole new hand." "Maybe I should be made more often so I can get cool new arms and legs," he said dryly to both of us. "Yeah, then maybe you can get an actual personality too," Mika retorted without looking at him. After the ceremony, we were told we were moving to the final and longest phase of training. 3 more months of spellcraft, hunting technique, and field training. Well, we were finally told where we were, in Mexico, close to the Texas border. Every morning we went outside to sit on some bleachers in the hot desert. only the merciful shade from an overhead tin roof to cool us. Now this is where we met our new instructor, Alejandro Domingo, a stocky and thickly muscled Mexican man with a killer mustache. Alejandro was surprisingly open about his past. Or maybe we'd finally reached a place in training where they trusted us. He told us he was one of the founding members of the Zeta Cartel, a US-trained Mexican police unit that immediately converted to being criminals when they got back to Mexico. Alejandro told us not everybody was down with Breaking Bad as soon as the training was done, but they had no choice. Alejandro was forcefully turned by an ancient Marv, who was the drug kingpin of the region. Alejandro's life only consisted of killing and maiming for his new master, therefore establishing the Zeta Cartel. Between catching people on fire and piling people into mass graves, Alejandro was relegated to a small one-bedroom apartment with only a bed, shower and fridge. He told of how he was forced to work out and clean weapons for 16 to 20 hours a day in his small room. No relaxation, no communication with anybody, no nothing. His Marv master only seeing him as a blunt instrument to hurt people with, only calling him out when somebody needed to die, horribly. He went on to explain Amit, the organization I apparently work for, found and killed his master, freeing him from his thrall. Alejandro also told us Amit was a peacekeeping force between the many Mavrib clans. He joined up with them after years of spreading death and misery. It was his attempt to, atone. He taught us tracking, interrogation, crime scene investigation, and tons of other spy stuff. I excelled at all this, but was a little thrown by some of the tactics, like how to torture someone for info or how to get the drop on the cops if you were being arrested. It was hard for me to admit that I would be considered a criminal in most of the places I went. Oh, and I got my leg back. Yeah, it still looked like a metal leg, but I could feel it. One thing I didn't excel at was spellcraft. The way it was explained to us was very bare bones. Some people had connection to magical forces by means that were not disclosed to us. If you didn't have a magical connection, you could still use finite magical items though. I only had luck with activating magical charms and items. Well, Mika was good at both, but Vaus was super wizard savant with everything. Mika went on to tell me a little bit of her backstory. She was from Haiti, where the ruling Mavrib clan terrorized the people. Some ancient treaty kept Amit from interfering, but they could train independent contractors to protect the smaller villages from being preyed upon. Mika told me her plan was to go back to Haiti and take on an apprentice to defend the people. She came from a long line of badass hunters, also why she was so good with spellcraft. She'd been taught it at an early age, but even she said Vaos' ability was freaky. During one night, we all stood outside in the desert around a pentagram of salt with candles at the points. Alejandro was glowing as he led each of us individually in a chant to summon a lesser spirit. Spirits were a good source of information, like a CI. My summoning went horribly. At the end of the chant, all the candles went out, leaving us with only the light of the glowing Alejandro. Candles going out gotta mean something, I said nervously after moments of silence. Not always. Alejandro sat back and called Mika to be next. Mika's went way better than mine. Her candles went out, but a dark mass had appeared in the pentagram. Mika nodded her head, as if she was hearing something, her eyes tearing. When the figure disappeared, she told us it was her late grandfather. She said he was proud of her and told her his sword was buried for her to retrieve when she got back to Haiti. Next up was Vaus, and oh boy, what a show his was. At the end of the chanting, the candles burst forth blue flames like blowtorches. A massive cloud materialized with 2 shining purple dots for eyes. Your noble's heart calls out to me. I will devour you entirely once it matures. Came a growling voice in all our heads. A lowly human doesn't need such power. Alejandro stepped forth and began chanting, trying to banish the apparition. The entity's eyes flashed a brilliant purple, causing Alejandro to collapse in pain. Vowers stepped forward to take his place, removing his shirt to reveal a pentagram tattooed over his heart. A giant scar ran down the center of his chest, as if from surgery. I then realized I'd never seen Vowers shirtless. And we'd just supposed he took his showers separate due to thinking he was a better class of person than us. The pentagram on his chest began to glow hot red as Vowers spit, put Latin phrases like curse words. It took a while, but the purple eyes faded and the black mass disappeared. Once again we were left in the darkness, the glowing Alejandro getting to his feet. "This happens sometimes," Val said sheepishly. The first time I'd ever seen him not extremely confident and cocky. "Oh, what's a good Catholic boy like you doing with a pentagram on your chest?" I asked. "The pentagram is a symbol of power. It's not inherently evil. It depends on the will of the user," he answered curtly. "Well, that was pretty cool," Micah said. "I've never seen a purple-eyed demon. Oh, he must be big time." "It's not a demon. It's something far worse," Vowers replied cryptically. This event officially ended the class for the night. Alejandro was visibly shaken by what had happened. On my walk back to the hangar, I was lagging behind everyone. "Taylor!" I heard a voice call from far away. I turned to look out in the darkness. It was Mark, looking pale and sad. "Don't trust Ma. Ask about the tracking spell." His voice echoed in my head, and then he was gone. I kept it to myself and pondered the meaning. I knew, whatever it was, Mark was looking out for me. And finally we reached the end of training. Rafe and Alejandro met us all in the small PT room to give us our first mission. "Your first mission won't be far from here, and Alejandro will accompany you to babysit, and for unfinished business," Rafe spoke. Once our teams had eliminated the Mavrib Master of the Zeta Cartel, this left a lot of young Mavribs running around with free will. We've recruited or eliminated most of these lieutenants, but one is stationed up in a nearby village. "His name is Conrad Avila," Alejandro continued for Raif. "We received special forces training together. When he turned, he was relegated to being a sicario, like me. When our master was killed, he decided to make his own pack of Mavs under his control. He has successfully turned everyone within his town, with the exception of human lieutenants. All are feral, half turned under his mind control. He's killed any ambassador Amit has sent. We'll infiltrate and kill Conrad, hopefully freeing as many under his control as we can," Alejandro finished. "How many half-turned?" Vowers asked. 30 to 40, Raif replied. There were collective gasps from all three of us. "You will be armed with state-of-the-art weaponry and with a highly trained Mavrib to accompany you," Raif said, a little angry. "All three of you have faced this enemy and survived. Where's your backbone, your Amit pride?" "We can handle this," Vowers said, like a teacher's pet. Later that day, we were driving towards the target town in an unremarkable white van. The inside was kitted out with all sorts of weapons and goodies. All four of us decked out in black BDUs. I guess we were going to infiltrate at night. Alejandro was the only one wearing something different, a rubbery black form-fitting bodysuit with pouches and pockets. It kept him from glowing through his clothing like he normally did. He had a hoodie and black mask that could completely conceal his face. The mask was blank except for two round glass eyes, looking very ghoulish. "The local gangs and police must provide humans as food to Conrad for protection," Alejandro said as he placed a map down between us on the bench. "The main road runs up to his villa, mostly guarded by humans, but the town is infested with half-turned. he said as he ran his finger along the map's road. "We must infiltrate the villa and kill Conrad. But if he is alerted, he will bring a swarm of half-turned down on us." He turned to point at Varus. "That's where I need my best fighter and shooter to be a stopgap between the town and the villa. If the horde is alerted, you must mount a defense on the villa walls." Alejandro pointed to a grenade launcher and M60 in the weapons rack. "Nice," I heard Varus say under his breath. "Conrad is a devout worshipper of Santa Muerta. He's rumored to have a priestess living in the villa. That's where Mika comes in if we need to combat her," he explained. "Me and Taylor will go in for the kill. Are you okay with killing humans?" he asked me point blank. I guess I have to be. If we have to kill humans, at least let it be human trafficking assholes," I said back nervously. I was hoping we could just solid snake our way through the villa and get that silent assassin rank for just killing Conrad. Well, sorry guys, I know I promised my first mission in this chapter, but there was a lot more setup than I realized, and nowhere seemed like a good place to stop. I'll crank out the next part quick. Let's just say, things don't go solid snake during the fuster clock of a first mission. I hunt reverse vampires. Watch your six. The infiltration started at night. All four of us hurried up the main road, staying close to the shadows. A quick peek in one of the houses revealed a cluster of half-turned, sleeping together, all huddled up and glowing. They must all be inside the houses. This left the place with a very creepy ghost town feel. The villa sat on a hill. A large whitewashed brick gate surrounded it, with lights pointed outward. Alejandro sniffed the air before saying, "I don't smell any guards on the walls. Cabron is too cocky to believe he is at risk of an attack." At this we located a guard shack connected to the big wall by the main entrance gate. We heaved Varus atop it to set up his defensive position. As I handed up his grenade launcher, I said, "Time for you to earn a cool new body part, choir boy." Varus just stared at me with a mixture of boredom and annoyance. Think Jim Halpert from The Office. The rest of us circled the perimeter to the back to scale the wall. Once I got over, I had my first good view of the giant villa, with its red roof, white stucco walls, lavish green, and multiple pools. Conrad was really living in style while the rest of the village slept in shanty houses. I was equipped with a full auto Glock 17 with a suppressor attached. Slung over my back was a heavy AA-12 auto shotgun with a drum mag, just in case things popped off. Alejandro was equipped with a silenced MP5 with 2 serrated machetes crossed on his back. With his MAV strength, he could chop off heads with ease. Mika was our support, equipped with a one-shot blooper grenade launcher and tons of grenades on her bandolier. "Conrad's witch will probably have the house warded," Alejandro spoke in a hushed tone as we huddled around him. "It would require too much power to cover the whole property with a warding spell, so I think we're safe for now." He turned to Mika. "You stay out here and jam her spell. If we have to make a fast exfil, you hammer the building with everything you got." Mika nodded and began setting up for her spell by producing pouches of materials and unfolding a board with runes written upon it. We gave her about 3 minutes before she began chanting softly. She waved us to carry on with our mission. Alejandro put on his ghoulish mask. As we darted around the pool, we came up to a locked glass door. The lock on the door popped, and the glass door slid open about 6 inches. Mika had managed an unlocking spell while jamming the witch's warding spell. She's a genius. In we snuck like shadows. The house was dark, but a low rumble of music was coming from the floor above us. We made our way past 2 giant pool tables to locate a side stairway. It was a skinny set of steep stairs with white walls sandwiching it on either side. We heard descending footsteps and loud talking. A tall Mexican man with face tattoos turned the corner at the bottom of the stairs while talking on his phone. Unfortunately, he turned right into Alejandro. Alejandro grabbed him quickly by the top of his bulletproof vest and stuck the MP5 to the center of the thug's head. It was only an instant. The man didn't even have time to scream as 3 sharp coughs from the weapon annihilated his face. The phone clattered to the ground with a tinkle of shells while Alejandro just held him out like smelly garbage. He then slammed his foot down on the phone and walked around the corner to lay the dead man down in the shadows. It was all so fast and emotionless. A shiver ran down my spine at the thought of Alejandro when he was under the control of his cruel mouth master. "We go up," he said when we came back round the corner. "Don't dwell on it, Taylor. I need you on my 6 for this." I followed him up to the well-lit second floor. There was a common room bigger than my entire house back in Idaho. It had couches, statues, and multiple TVs blaring loud music. At the opposite wall was a long hallway with rooms on either side. Alejandro motioned for me to take position behind a couch. He fished around through a pile of remotes on an ottoman before finding the one he needed. He cranked up the volume on the TV to an unbearable level. Soon after, we heard yelling between 2 men coming down the hallway, probably arguing who was going to turn the volume down. Whoever lost the argument stomped down the hallway, cursing under his breath. He leaned over the ottoman to search through all the remotes. Alejandro peeked out from behind a love seat and fired one muffled shot into the back of the man's head. The man plopped down on the ottoman, very dead. Alejandro then turned down the volume on the TV. "Gracias, pendejo," came a call from a room on the right side of the hallway. I was amazed at how efficient Alejandro was. Now we knew what our next hostile would be. I followed Alejandro down the hallway. He cut off into the room to let out 3 quick bursts of his weapon, only to re-emerge back into the hallway just a second later. We stacked up on either side of the doorway at the end of the hallway. This had to be the master bedroom. Conrad was surely inside. Alejandro retrieved a grenade from one of his many pouches. It was a special grenade, a magical blackout. Instead of a brilliant flash of light, it let out a cloud of impenetrable darkness. All noise within the cloud was muted, and this in turn would light up a mouth like a Christmas tree, but they couldn't see anything from within it. Alejandro pulled the pin, but held the lever secure. He looked at me with his wide-eyed mask and whispered, "Kill everything in the room. I can't have you hesitate." I nodded back and he popped the door open and tossed in the blackout grenades. Of course, it made no sound, so we waited a second before entering. In the middle of the giant master bedroom was the dark cloud of magic consuming a 10-foot radius in front of the bed. We scanned the room for anyone else, but saw nobody, so we focused our weapons back on the black fog. There wasn't a mouth glowing in the fog, but the carpet on the floor was moving back and forth, like someone was shuffling their feet inside it. The black fog should last around 30 seconds. We both waited for it to clear up, or for someone to come rushing out at us. My finger was steady on the trigger. About 15 seconds in, and the impossible happened. A cackling laughter emitted from the dark mass, laughing voices overlapping each other. The black fog blew away and dispersed, to reveal 3 women huddled together. The 3 elderly women had similar coarse black hair and beady eyes. They were all wearing flowing garments with multiple necklaces and bracelets. All 3 were slightly hunched over and grinning at us. These were our witches. Not 1, but 3 of them. "Tell the girl outside she can stop trying to out-magic us," the middle one croaked. We foretold Conrad of this attack on his life by the Amid's attack dogs. The right one squealed in a shrill voice. "You will tell me where he is, Bruja," Alejandro demanded, and all 3 of the women began laughing harder. "Don't try to charm us, you Amid bastard," the left one said. I'll tell you where he is. He's in a bunker under the house." "Why would you tell us this?" I asked. I was getting a terrible feeling in my stomach about all of this. "'Cause, Taylor, you will die in this town regardless," one said while giggling. "We knew Amit would send sicarios when we killed their messengers. It was easy to focus the all-seeing eye on your organization to predict your next move. It foretold you will fail in your assassination attempt." At this moment we heard screaming and banging from downstairs. It was a tumultuous uproar. We later found out Conrad was not just feeding on his human traffic slaves, but turning more of them to store in his bunker. Alejandro turned to point his weapon down the hallway to the stairs, where noise was coming from. It was a good 30 feet away from us. "Kill the 3 of them, Taylor." I leveled my pistol at the trio and tried to get a bead on the middle witch's face. When my head was pierced with a sharp pain. It was like staring into a spotlight when you're having a migraine. No matter how hard I tried, my pistol kept jerking to the side, or up too high over them. They cackled relentlessly as they walked to the side wall of the room. I could only keep track of them out of the peripheral of my vision, due to the blinding pain of looking straight at them. They knocked on a part of the wall to reveal one of those damn Scooby-Doo hidden door walls. You know, the kind that spin around. Well, they slipped away, and I heard a metallic clank of a locking mechanism locking it shut. I cursed aloud. "I got movement in town." Vaos's voice crackled over our headsets. "I'm guessing things haven't gone as planned." "No, far from it," Alejandro muttered. "Vaos, prepare for incoming hostiles. Mika, get ready to lay down suppressing fire when you see us," Alejandro commanded into his mic. The first of the half-turned breached the top of the stairs, a smiling and bloody male child. I couldn't pull the trigger when I saw him. There was still hope for him if we killed Conrad, right? I was so distraught, I didn't see the grenade in his hands. The child was halfway to us when a red burst jerked his hand backwards and he crumpled to the ground. That's when the grenade went off, showering the hallway with blood, rubble, and smoke. My ears were still ringing when Alejandro grabbed me and lifted his mask so I could see his eyes. "I will compel you if you do not fight, Taylor." Yeah, okay," I said, snapping out of my shock. We both turned back down the hallway to see 3 more rabid half-turned tripping over themselves as they crested the stairs. What looked like a man, a woman, and a young girl. All wore ill-fitting flak vests and helmets. Alejandro's shots stuttered them, but they continued to make ground on us. I waited until they were about 5 feet away before shooting from the hip with the auto shot, letting loose with an automatic burst of dragon's breath. Well, I have to say, if it wasn't so sad, it would have been beautiful. The 3 Mavs exploded backwards into multiple burning pieces. They'd been so close I could feel my face and hands burn. The hallway was now decorated with sprinkles of fire and burning body parts. Another group of half-turned were bunching up at the top of the stairs again. This time I could see they held some sort of ballistic shield. The half-turned were idiots, but their master could give basic mental commands when nearby. Alejandro shot the one carrying the shield in the foot, and it stumbled over, dropping it. He then peppered the group as they retreated back down the stairs, the one shot in the foot pulling the shield back with them. This bought us some time. Alejandro slung his empty weapon and pulled out both of his machetes, and I knew it was best not to fire until they got close. We were going to be overrun. I thought of a stupid idea, but it was less stupid than getting within melee range from these vicious hordes. "Mika, target the room with 4 windows, at the corner of the villa. Make us a way out," I yelled. There was a pause, then Mika replied, "Okay, 1 sec." "We don't have a sec, Mika," I said as the half-turned formed a wicked Congo line to shuffle down the hallway, holding the shield in front of them. They were 5 deep, with more and more gathering at the stairs. When they got close enough, Alejandro jumped out and pulled the shield down with all his might. It lowered enough for me to step forward and put the barrel of my weapon to the lead's half-turned chest. This resulted with deafening, repeated thumps from my AA-12, turning the hallway into a tunnel of gore and fire, decimating the line of attackers. My drum mag was now empty. I only had 2 8-round straight mags left. Alejandro jumped in front of me to challenge the new wave of attackers. "Stay away from the windows, boys," came Mika's warning right before the windows and half the wall exploded behind us. I tapped Alejandro on the shoulder and pulled him towards the smoking hole Mika had created. We both jumped down from the second floor to the well-kept bushes beneath. Mika was there waiting for us, already popping smoke grenades to cover our retreat. Mika had a couple of special grenades developed by the nerds at Amit. The grenade would first shoot jets of a highly flammable liquid all over the area, before igniting as an incendiary grenade. This would blanket the area in fire, like a fancy Molotov. A couple of those were tossed at the ground below the hole we jumped from, catching the ground on fire, and giving the half-turned, a fiery death at the bottom. Mika fell in behind us as she dropped smoke and fire grenades. Alejandro was running down the side of the villa to link up with Vaus at the front gate. When we approached him, he was kneeling down on top of the guard shack, firing small bursts from his M60. "They aren't rushing the gate. They are all taking cover in the closet houses, like they're waiting for us," Vaus spoke with some confusion in his voice. "It's a trap. They will all be on us from behind if we stay here. They mean to swarm us. We need to get back to the van," Alejandro said up to Vaus with excitement and anger. A flaming half-turned was already screaming towards us from behind. Mika turned and loped its head off with a machete. We all turned back to Vaus. He nodded his head with a silent plan. "So, they mean to force us down the main road to ambush and overwhelm us," Vaus explained. "I'll create a path through the backyards of the houses. We can just cut in through the last building to get back on the main streets." "Push through, or die," I said to him, and he actually smiled a little at that. With that, Vaus stood up and let out 6 measured shots from his grenade launcher to rumble in the distance like thunder. He looked back down at us and said, "Okay, let's go." "Mika, get your blooper and blow a hole in the gates. We don't have time to climb it," I said with authority. Mika looked at me like I was an idiot. "We could just hit the big red button to open it," she said as she pointed to a box with a big red button mounted to the guard shack wall. In a hot minute, all 4 of us were racing down the hill towards the group of shanty houses. From up on the hill, I could see Vaus' surgical line of destruction blowing fences, sheds, and garbage to form a pretty clear path. It'd be about 100 yards through the back of the neighborhood properties before we got to the last house. As we jumped through a blasted hole in the first hurricane fence, we heard the half-turn began screaming all the way down the road. They must have caught on to our plan. Looking behind me, I saw the Mavs from the villa racing down the hill behind us with reckless abandon. By the time we got to the second backyard, Half-Turned had begun bursting through the windows and doors to intercept us. Vaus pulled a Rambo and began firing full auto from the hip into the houses we staved past them. The sides of the houses exploded into rubble from the punishing onslaught of his bullets. Half-Turned were blown back through windows and doorways as soon as they appeared. But where one fell, another glowing bastard took its place in the chase, scuttling hungrily after us. We came to the last house. I'm going to cut a hard right into it and get back on the main road to our van. The van was about a quarter mile out from town. We could make it if we thinned the herd of bloodsuckers chasing us. Well, Half-Turned were already camping inside the house, probably having caught on to our plan. Alejandro was first in, slashing fiercely at the unarmored enemies, dropping 3 of them. I came in second, while Vaus and Mika laid down suppressive fire from the back doorway. I cleared the small house quickly, exploding mavs as they foolishly came in close to attack me. My last few shots piled 3 burning bodies in the front doorway, creating a makeshift burning barrier. But that's when I saw it, and my heart sank. Outside in the road was our burning van. It was attached to a tow truck by a chain. Glowing mavs stood all around it. But then I saw something even worse. "Get down! Take cover!" I yelled to my team. Luckily, they didn't question me and dropped low as gunshots tore through the house. Human soldiers with automatic rifles stood behind vehicles, firing at us and shredding the front of the house. Alejandro pulled me behind him and grunted as bullets ripped into him. When the barrage finally stopped, we all laid prone, me covering the front and Vals covering the back. I didn't know how we were going to make it out of this dusty town. We were low on ammo now, and they could always send in waves of half-turned as bullet sponges. This was some real Wild West standoff shit. We heard the clamor of excitement outside from the human soldiers. Alejandro and I peeked over the shattered windows to see what the fuss was about. The soldiers were pointing in the air at a black helicopter circling the town. The men looked confused and curious. "Oh, hell," Alejandro mumbled. "What?" I answered. "New baddies or friendlies?" "I recognize the clan markings," Alejandro said in a low voice. "It's the Toltec group, and we aren't supposed to be in their territory." Well, that's it for now, folks. Let's just say the Toltec group don't play well with others. I hunt reverse vampires. 700 in blood. The black helicopter buzzed the soldiers and half-turned mavs standing in the road. Alejandro must have heard it before all of us humans and feral half-turned because he yelled, "Shit, everyone get down." Suddenly the road outside the house lit up in a monstrous explosion. The force of the blast threw me back and caved in part of the bullet-riddled house. I was surrounded by upset dirt, smoke, and ringing in my ears. The ringing diminished, and I heard the rhythmic bursts of heavy machine gun fire and screaming. Mika and Vals pulled me up out of the rubble, their faces powdered white from the dirt clouding our vision. Alejandro was coughing and dusting himself off beside me. "So, not good guys?" I asked Alejandro, more of a statement. "No, not good guys to anybody," he answered back. "Mercenaries, mouths for hire, honorless." I looked through a hole in the collapsed entrance to the house. The mavs and enemy soldiers were being decimated from machine gun fire from above. The vehicles were on fire, and so were the enemies surrounding the vehicles. It wasn't a battle, but rather a massacre. "What do we do?" Vals asked, the flames burning outside, sending dancing shadows across him and Mika's worried faces. "We continue as planned. We get the hell out of here," Alejandro replied. "Reload your weapons. We are hoofing it from here." We all reloaded what little ammo we had left and fired up to escape out the back doorway. Vals was leading the group and was the first to step out of the back doorway. He froze and jumped back an instant later. He motioned all of us to stay out of the fatal funnel of the doorway. I quickly saw what had spooked Vals. Lines of green laser lights illuminated through the doorway and glowed brilliantly through the upset dirt and smoke, at least 4 of them. We were surrounded. We all trained our weapons on the back door, waiting for an attack. "Alejandro, Domingo, please lower your weapons," came a booming voice in a thick Mexican accent. "Her mistress would like to speak to you." Shit, Alejandro cursed under his breath. Mika looked at him, then looked back at me and Vals and silently mouthed to us, "What the f—" "Lower your weapons, hunters," Alejandro finally said. We did, but we were ready to fight in a heartbeat. The moonlight coming in from the doorway was blocked by a massive figure. The tallest and widest man I'd ever seen. He practically had to duck and shimmy in sideways through the doorway to get in. He wore a black suit and body armor like Alejandro's, except it was serrated and stacked like the scales of a serpent. He didn't carry a weapon, whether that be a sign of good faith or maybe the giant liked killing things with his own hands. Upon his head he wore a shining metal face mask mimicking the ears and snout of a wolf. It wrapped around his head, depicting a frozen snarl and sharp pointy teeth, with 2 glowing red slits in the mask for eyes. "Lobo, I take it your pack is the house around it?" Alejandro asked the hulking figure. "Yes, senor. Please wait here while my team cleans up," the wolf-masked giant replied. Outside, the same green lasers blasted the remaining half-turned and soldiers to pieces. The helicopter began a slow hovering landing in the center of the road, while dark-clad men emerged from the shadows to gather up the fallen half-turned, who'd been grounded by gunshots. I stared in amazement at the men who emerged from the shadows. I only counted 5, but they moved with the deadly grace of panthers. They'd finish off the downed soldiers, throw injured half-turned into the blazing fire created from the explosion. I counted at least 20 bodies between the dead soldiers and Mavs. Some bodies in too many pieces to properly count. Giant wolf guarding the door put a hand to his ear and said, "Yes, mistress, we are coming out." He waved for us to follow as he stepped out of the doorway to begin his walk around to the road. We followed cautiously. 3 more black-clad ninjas appeared around us as we made our journey to the bonfire in the street. The helicopter had landed, and a machine gun-wielding ninja confronted us before we could get too close. He angrily told us to put our weapons on the ground. Alejandro nodded for us to do so, and we did. And we all waited with anticipation as the helicopter's blades and rotor died down. A seamless black hatch popped open to create a set of stairs. Out stepped 2 figures, a voluptuous Mexican woman, clad in black with that faint telltale maverick glow. Her hair pulled back tightly in a braid to coil around her neck, like a snake. She walked up to Alejandro to look up into his eyes. She had dark eyeliner accentuating her sparkling green eyes. She was hot, but scary hot. I realized this was a common trope with mavericks. The other figure to exit the chopper was a skinny teenage boy, hidden within an oversized jacket and hoodie, his hands in his pockets and trailing slowly behind the intimidating woman. He just stayed in the darkness and looked at the ground. "What are Amit's dogs doing in Toltec territory?" the short, furious woman asked. Alejandro didn't reply at first, just stared back down at her. "I'm pretty sure you Toltec thugs know exactly why we are here. You probably have eyes and ears everywhere. Such a calculated response demands you have prior knowledge of our mission." Alejandro finally spoke, exasperation in his voice. The woman smirked, a cruel smirk. "I just wanted to hear your excuse, Alejandro dear," she mocked as she ran a finger down his chest. "You are here for Conrad. The same reason we are here. Not for the same virtuous reasons of the benevolent Amit clan," she mocked. Alejandro shrugged her teasing finger away. "You would only come out to suit your own interests, line your own pockets." The woman gave a terrifying glare at the disrespectful comment. I thought she'd strike him. The giant wolf-masked man loomed forward to stand within choking distance behind Alejandro. Well, I thought things were about to pop off. I was already planning my daring grab for my pistol on the ground. Baos and Mika's eyes darted around the area, also planning. But finally the tension was lifted as the woman gave a gentle laugh and a wave of her hand. I guess we should thank you. The sisters told us of your assassination attempt, and we took advantage of the situation. You emptied the villa out of the half-turn so we could move in and extract Conrad from his bunker, she explained. The witches work for you? Alejandro asked. No, they're just pragmatic enough to be on the winning side, she replied. They knew the cash flow from Conrad was coming to an end and needed another avenue of income. By this time the dawn was beginning to break, the smoky night sky turning from flat black to a dark blue. I looked around the village at the ninja-esque henchmen, burning bodies and forming a perimeter of security around us. That's when I noticed the villagers, half-turned, stumbling around in the distance. I pointed to two half-turned, stumbling towards the light of the burning fire. The half-turned are no longer being controlled. Someone's gotten to Conrad, I announced. The fierce woman gave me a look of disgust, before turning to look at the half-turned meandering towards us. Ah, yes. Conrad must have been forced to sever his connection with them. She looked at her giant wolf bodyguard. Lobo, kill them if they get any closer. Ah, woman. They are freed from his thrall. They can be redeemed, Alejandro exclaimed to her. The giant wolf stalked over to both the half-turned, grabbing one and snapping its head in a grisly 360, loosening the spine enough to yank its head off. The other half-turned tried to put up a pitiful fight, swiping at the behemoth. The wolf just caught the hand to deliver a devastating jab, burying itself into the half-turned's face. The wolf lifted its limp body up to traverse back to the bonfire to throw its body into the flames. We don't have bleeding hearts like the Amic clan. We don't sink millions of dollars into rehabilitation and therapy for abandoned half-turn, the woman chided Alejandro. Alejandro was bristling again, and looked like he was on the verge of violence. Simultaneous explosions echoed from the inflamed villa up on the hill, smoke bellowing up into the pre-dawn sky. I noticed a black Hummer was kicking up dust trails on its way down to us, driving down the road towards us. Here comes your old friend Conrad now, the woman said slyly to Alejandro. The Hummer pulled up beside the helicopter, and all the doors popped open in unison. More black-clad ninjas jumped out, escorting a man with his hands tied behind his back. They pushed him to his knees beside the woman to face Alejandro. The prisoner was a bald, clean-looking Mexican man, glowing slightly, the black snake tattoo stretching across the left side of his head. He looked up at Alejandro and spit to the ground. I didn't expect my old amigo to be working with the Zoltec group. I don't work with them, cabron. I came here to put you down like the rabid dog you are. Alejandro fired back. You were granted free will. You went back to being a slaver and a killer. That's enough moral grandstanding, the woman interrupted, stepping between the two arguing men. Let me tell you what the situation is for both of you. Alejandro, dear, you and your pups were caught operating red-handed in Toltec territory. That's no biggie because we used your little mission as a distraction to nab ourselves a rather large bounty. Someone put a bounty on my head? Asked Conrad. How much? Oh, not much, only 700, the woman answered. The new boss of the Zeta cartel wants all the old lieutenants back, dead or alive. You can discuss with the new boss the conditions of your new employment. Cortez smiled. What about this, Pandejo? He nodded his chin at Alejandro. Are we going to be co-workers again? Never, Alejandro growled. I refuse to be a butcher like you. But you were the best of us. You couldn't have been so good at killing if you didn't enjoy it on some level, Cortez remarked. Would you two please shut up? The woman said, rubbing her temples with her fingers. Getting Conrad was just a bonus. The real mark was you, Alejandro. It was a great opportunity to catch you in the open. Alejandro looked around. You wasted all these resources to catch a low-level bounty like me. I'm not coming back to the cartel, no matter what you say. Oh, the woman remarked. Your bounty wasn't to return you to the cartel. It was to deliver your head. We all tensed at this. Alejandro actually relaxed and rotated his shoulders, letting out a deep breath. Ah, I'll see. But I'll make you work for that 7 million. It's 700, the woman hissed back. The sentence hung in the air between all of us. The fire crackled, the sun was rising, and the tension between us was thick in the air. Then who'll do it? Alejandro asked, looking around, challengingly. Will it be you, Chucho? He said to the wolf-mouse man. Well, the wolfman stepped forward and cracked his knuckles, letting out a low growl. Stop, Lobo, came a voice from behind the woman. Mistress Lasalina, may I handle this disrespectful fool? Said the hoodie-wearing kid standing behind the woman. I almost forgot his awkward ass was back there. The woman half turned to look at him. Of course, Derek. It was always a pleasure to watch you work, Mistress Lasalina said, stepping aside for Derek to step up to face Alejandro. From his close distance to me, I could see he was a pale kid, around 15 or 16 years old. He had dark blue eyes with oily blonde hair falling across his face. A small silver lip ring hung from his bottom lip. Are you sure you want to do this, boy? Alejandro warned. Don't call me boy, you bastard, the kid said back. I detest you self-righteous Amic clan. He lifted a skinny hand to point at the rest of us standing behind Alejandro. You all behave yourselves and don't interfere. You three may walk out of here with only a slap on the wrist if you're good. Oh, my blood boiled at the audacity of this scrawny punk. Alejandro just asked again, serious as a mortician. Are you sure you want to do this, boy? Sure, Pops, the punk said back sarcastically. He began to take off his hoodie to reveal his bare chest and wiry frame underneath. Even though the sun was rising, the boy's body still let off a red glow. He threw his garments to the ground and smiled a mischievous smile at Alejandro. Alejandro stepped back from the glowing red adolescent. The sun finally crested the earth to illuminate all of us in orange light. The kid closed his eyes and held his arms out as if to embrace the dawning sun. He flew in a mixture of red and orange. Oh, it can't be, Alejandro stuttered. You're a child of the Thule. The punk opened one eye to squint at us. Now you realize you done messed up, he taunted. Now I know this was a lot of standing around and talking, but I couldn't leave you all hanging for long. I'll be back with the follow-up very soon. I hunt reverse vampires. Figure 8 strike. Duel. Well, I had no idea what that was at the time. Whatever it was enough to scare Alejandro. I looked at Mika, and she was as confused as I was, but Vaus looked absolutely pale. His face was one of fear. Alejandro quickly regained his composure and stepped forward toward the kids. My apologies, senor. I should have known from the aura of arrogance wafting off your Aryan features, Alejandro conveyed with a helping hand of sarcasm. Oh, quiet fool, the kid spat. I hated the moral grandstanding of the Reich just as much as your precious Amit. It was at this moment I detected the faintest hint of a German accent. It all finally clicked. Oh, he's a Nazi, I blurted out. Nazis were always the bad guys. I should have caught it sooner. Just couldn't get rid of them. There was a suspended silence as Alejandro, the kid, all the ninjas and the rest just turned to look at me. I decided I should probably keep my thoughts to myself for the time being. Reform Nazi, little shit, the kid said to me. You can't blame me for the brainwashing they did to me when I was young. It doesn't matter, Lasalina. I'll make a deal with you, Alejandro said, addressing the woman. I kill your fighter, and you let us leave. You know this world is too small for us not to cross paths again eventually. You take your chump change bounty and re-establish your rule in the area. We leave having completed our mission. No war between clans. Lasalina laughed. You overestimate your prowess and importance to your clan. I don't think Amit will go to war with Toltec Group for killing one Sicario during an off-the-grid wet work mission. But, she tilted her head, as much as I despise cattle, it shouldn't be their fault you got them killed. She let out a melodious laugh. Amit may have issue with me killing off their pets. I agree to your demands, the boy interrupted. Lazarina looked at him furiously but held her tongue. If you beat me, you and the cattle live. Herr Dreisan, this is idiotic, Lazarina said, waving her hands in a sweeping gesture at everything around us. We did all this for... Shut your mouth, you schlumptig woman, the brat screamed back, his red aura flickering about him in anger. Or should I tell your master about this disrespect? Lazarina cleared her throat and looked down at the ground, avoiding his stare. The red flames burning on him seemed to die down before he turned back to Alejandro. Order them not to interfere, Herr Dreisan commanded Alejandro, pointing to the three of us. Bullshit, Mika said. Put 4 on 4. We'll kill your best fighters and let the rest of you off with a warning. I saw Mika already had a razor wire wrapped around her robotic hand. The rest ran back into a spool on her belt. Mika, stop, Vaus interjected. Have faith in our teacher, he begged. We won't interfere. He spoke like he knew Alejandro would win, but I suspected something else. Vaus was afraid. Then let's begin, the boy said as he pulled 2 small scalpels out to carry in both hands. He pushed a button on them, and they began to glow a hot red. They're self-heating and cause burning damage. This makes them a good melee weapon against other mouths. It also allows me to get in close and experience every little detail on my patient's face. Do you want one? Alejandro swiftly pulled both machetes out from behind his back. He too pushed a button, and a low hum began to emit from them. He touched both together, and they sparked like live jumper cables. I have my favorites too, Alejandro said back. I tell you, Conrad began from his position on his knees beside Lana Lisa, behind Herr Dreisan. I still hate you, Alejandro, but I kind of want to see a fellow brother from Nuevo Laredo teach this uppity gringo. Alejandro ignored Conrad, pushed in towards Herr Dreisan. The boy deftly leaned back and forth out of the path of Alejandro's blades. He almost made it look easy, like Muhammad Ali doing a rope-a-dope in his prime. We all expanded outwards a couple of steps to give the dueling pair more room. Alejandro seemed to be getting frustrated with his nimble foe. He still hadn't landed a blow as he aggressively forced the tiny Nazi in a backward circle. Angry, Alejandro kicked a handful of dirt up in Dreisan's eyes. Dreisan froze for long enough for Alejandro to get very close to decapitating him. Dreisan had to throw up a scalpel to block the swinging machete. Sparks flew and Dreisan screamed as electricity arced through his body when making contact with his heated scalpel. Alejandro's other machete came across in an arc to slice off the hand of Dreisan that he was using to block the first machete. Dreisan screamed and stumbled back as his left hand tumbled to the dirt, still holding the glowing scalpel. Alejandro then took advantage of the boy's confusion and swung both machetes downwards in an overhand arc, meaning to dismember both arms from the boy's body. Dreisan intercepted and sliced like lightning towards Alejandro's fingers on his left hand as he swung downwards. Those fingers flew off and the machete just bounced off of Dreisan's shoulder, doing minimal damage. The other machete struck deep into Dreisan's collarbone. Once again the electricity popped through the boy's body, but he wasn't fazed this time. This time Dreisan stabbed and sliced Alejandro as his remaining weapon was still stuck in Dreisan's collarbone. Alejandro was forced to release his remaining weapon to retreat from the fury of blows he was receiving from the scalpel. When he stepped back, I saw his gut was burnt meat. He had a slice across his face that popped a right eye and left glowing embers. I could smell the burning flesh, and for the first time I feared for Alejandro's life. Draitzane yanked the machete out of his shoulder and tossed it aside. He began his slow stalk towards the weaponless Alejandro. Already, Draitzane's left hand and shoulder were completely healed. "I'm already better, Pops," Draitzane said as he rotated his shoulder. "Sure you don't want to trade up for one of my weapons?" Alejandro wasn't healing because of the burn damage, and his first machete was located behind Draitzane. He saw him eyeing it, and stepped in its path to block it from Alejandro. But Alejandro had to get it, so he charged forward. With a combo of kicks and punches, Alejandro tried to knock Draitzane off balance, but he kept jabbing and slicing Alejandro between dodges. Streaming blood spattered to the ground. Alejandro's forward momentum carried him when his body gave out. He stumbled forward to crash into the dirt face first in front of the machete he was after. Draitzane just sidestepped him and let him fall. "Not what you anticipated, was it?" Draitzane gloated as he walked away from Alejandro's body to turn on his heel and face him again. Alejandro and Draitzane had switched places. Now Draitzane was closest to us with his back turned, while Alejandro was further facing us, with Mistress Lazarina and Conrad behind him. The Wolfman Lobo stood off to the side, while his ninja completed the circle. We were all quiet. I could hear Alejandro grunting as he struggled to stand up, using his machete for balance. I saw him looking at us as we worried for him. I could see that he made eye contact with Mika on the other side of Vals, and I saw him mouthing something to Mika. She later told me she could read lips, and he had charmed her. He told her, "Bob, dark out grenade." Now the next 100 things all happened at once, so I tried to keep up. After 3 seconds, Mika's dark grenade went off and swallowed Mika and Vals in a silent darkness. Lazarina saw these from across the way and screamed and pointed at Mika, thinking it was an escape attempt. All the ninjas and Lobo turned their attention to us. At the same time, Draitzane was not so easily distracted, and he rushed after Alejandro, and Alejandro rushed after him, Alejandro's blade raised above his head. At the last second, before the two warriors clashed, Alejandro didn't press the attack. He swung too early, swiping down harmlessly in front of the oncoming Draitzane. Alejandro then pivoted on his lead foot to turn in the opposite direction, towards Conrad and Lazarina. Alejandro's missed downward swing turned into the momentum of an upward strike. I saw Conrad's and Lazarina's eyes bulge as Alejandro came close. I saw a flash of movement as Lobo launched to protect his mistress. I saw Draitzane pursuing right on Alejandro's heels, about to strike. All within the same split second. 3 strikes landed one right after the other. The first strike was Alejandro slicing off the kneeling Conrad's head, the machete cleaving most of Conrad's face off in an upward angle. Alejandro pivoted the upward momentum of the strike to swing back down and swipe back down behind himself in an attempt to hit Draitzane with the same attack he just killed Conrad with. But Draitzane was too fast and too close for Alejandro to complete the attack. The second strike was Draitzane slamming into Alejandro while his machete was low, stabbing him deep in the cut, making him crumple inwards. The third was Lobo, coming in with a giant battle axe to chop off Alejandro's head from the side. Alejandro never had a chance to defend himself against his attacks. He made a gamble on a flashy maneuver and failed. But I saw the look of peace on Alejandro's face as it fell to roll beside Conrad's, his a visage of terror. I guess if Alejandro wasn't making it back, he'd make sure Conrad wasn't making it either. And everything popped off. Well, I'll be back soon with the next update. I've got the answers to a lot of your questions. I hunt reverse vampires. Nein zum Frieden. Well, it's been a while since the last update. I'll bring everybody back up to speed quick. So, let me paint the picture for you, from left to right. Well, I'll disguise my terror with a lot of dark humor. The stage is set in the middle of a dusty road with houses on both sides. In the middle of the road, you have the burning wreckage of the enemy soldiers and vehicles, sympathetic to the drug king Conrad. Pan further right to me, Mika and Vaus standing in front of the blazing wreckage. They've just been engulfed in a magical blackout grenade, while I'm standing outside of the dark bubble with a surprised and stupid look on my face. Further right is a rough circle of black-clad ninja dudes, two in front of us, looking very surprised with the blackout grenade obscuring their view. The rest of the ninjas are turning to look at us also. They formed a ring around three individuals that are fighting. Those three individuals fighting in the middle, well, the first is the Nazi prick Herr Dreizehn, stabbing Alejandro, my teacher, in the belly. And the third man is a giant black-clad ninja with a silver wolf mask. He swung in from the side to decapitate my teacher Alejandro, while he was being stabbed in the gut by Dreizehn. A little to the right, on the ground, is my teacher's head. Alejandro lying next to Conrad's, also decapitated head. And a foot right is Conrad's kneeling headless body. Next to the body is the screaming dominatrix, La Salina. And so that's the freeze frame in time. I told you last time things pop off. Well, they do, so better keep up. The two ninjas facing me had me dead to rights, with a fancy gun that I had never seen before. I was going to make a desperate grab for my pistol on the ground, but they would have shot me multiple times before I could even have reached it. I went for the pistol anyways, and they pointed their weapons at me, and right before I expected to feel the pain of bullets ripping me apart, they both screamed and jerked their guns to the side. I grabbed the pistol easily and popped off 2 shots, one into each of their melons. Now, I know that's not enough to kill the Mavs, but they'd be down for a while. Vaus, with unnaturally quick instincts, had already bear-hugged Mika and dove backwards with her, just as a magical hurricane-force wind blew the dust and flames into a flaming tornado between the black-clad enemies and us. On the other side of the flaming tornado, Dreizehn, Lobo, and La Salina got another surprise. It was La Salina who first smelled and felt the moisture on her clothes. Lobo looked down to see that Alejandro had pulled the pin on a flame grenade attached to his vest before he died. The grenade misted streams of highly flammable liquid everywhere. Dreizehn looked down at the headless body of Alejandro and let out a curse in German. Lobo grabbed his mistress and jumped away as the grenade switched to its second phase and sparked hot thermite. A white-hot explosion flared up the area, engulfing Alejandro's body. Dreizehn was inflamed as he jumped to the side, his fully engulfed body smashing through the wall of a nearby house. The magical whirlwind of fire created a good barrier between my team and the bad guys. The fire that had once engulfed the destroyed vehicles was extinguished, leaving black scrap metal for us to hide behind. I slid in next to Vaus and Mika, taking cover by the twisted metal. I peeked through the smoldering wreckage of the jeep to marvel at the whirlwind of fire. "Did one of you summon this?" I asked in amazement. "I didn't," Vaus answered. "Nope," Mika said as we both looked at her. "God, it's some sort of witchery," she added. "We have to get out of here," Vaus said as we all watched the swirling flames. "This whole operation has gone tits up." Loud female chanting was heard from the other side of the fire. And the fire froze, as if it was freeze-framed in time. Finally, it evaporated into smoke and blew out through the area, obscuring everyone's view. I could see that it was La Salina chanting, hands clenched at her side, face furious. 3 of the ninja dudes were spraying down Lobo with fire extinguishers, while he was on his knees, huffing. "Damned witches betrayed us," she screamed. "Why do you save the Amit pups?" Well, I didn't know if she expected us to answer her, but I was just as confused as she was. I guess it would make sense that the witches were helping us. The ninjas acted like they couldn't look at me, similar to how I couldn't look directly at the three witches in the villa's bedroom. "Mika, look here," Vaus said as he pulled out a burnt hunting rifle. "It matches my 7.62 rounds. Can you do some repair magic?" Mika nodded and began drawing symbols in the dirt, laying the rifle in the middle. Vaus still had a bandolier of spare ammo, and so did Mika. That firestorm torched the two guys I shot in the head. An explosion from Alejandro's flame grenade got 3 more of them. "That big bastard is down, but so is Alejandro," I said with sadness as I scoped out the playing field. 6 more ninjas, the big wolf and the hot chick still standing, and that Nazi prick is missing somewhere. The enemy had fallen back to the cover of their Hummers parked by the helicopter, ninjas mounting the machine guns. Vaus was sighting in the newly fixed rifle, and I had a suppressed pistol. The 3 of us huddled behind the burnt-out vehicles, waiting, to be slaughtered. And to speak of the devil, Herr Dreizehn came kicking out of the collapsed house we'd used for sanctuary earlier. His entire upper body was burnt deeply, making him appear like a ghastly zombie. All his blonde hair was singed off, his chest a patchwork of black and red, blackened skin showing bloody red layers underneath. His lips curled in a terrible grimace. As he stalked out into the street, his aura burned a bright red, struggling to heal himself. He stared over at where we were huddled behind the wreckage. Steam flowed off of him as he clinched and unclinched his fists. "Oh, he's back," I stated to the others flatly. I'd never been so afraid of a teenager with a skin problem in all my life. His head was a smooth pale again, and his snarl turned into a pout. "You broke the rules. You interfered. I'm going to have to kill all of you now. No mercy from me," he screamed at us. "Bullshit. I was compelled," Mika argued. "I don't think he cares," I said back. He was almost fully healed now, his blonde hair twirling in a cowlick. When, out of nowhere, Vaus started unbuttoning his bandoliers and straps. Mika's eyes sparkled. "I've got to do something," he said with regret in his voice. "It's gonna hurt really bad." And Vaus pulled out a knife and put the tip to the pentagram tattoos on his chest over his heart. He looked at Mika, and I could see she was scared. "I'm going to cut the blinding symbol apart. You have to cast a minor healing spell to reseal my skin when I say so, and you'll have to do it fast." He used a blade to cut his finger and handed the bloody blade back. "Use my blood for the magic," he told Mika. She nodded again, but this time more confident. All Mika could do then was to begin prepping a healing spell in agreement. He looked at me, gave me a nod, like a "you know what to do" nod. He broke cover to walk out to Dreizehn. Dreizehn saw him and began stalking towards him. As previously stated, when I recount these stories, I may frame them in a humorous light, but that's just a coping mechanism. Because I was scared shitless, and I had no idea what to do. His student comes out to die," the brat screamed at Vaus, the skin from his burnt lips flapping grossly. "I'll take all of my anger out on you, little lamb." "Oh, you will not, Herr Dreizehn. Or should I say, Mr. 13. Vaus yelled right back. This paused Dreitzehn's forward movement. "I am Vaus Barlow of the Templar Knights, Order Pukitium, and I am the heir of the House of Bloodraven." Vaus looked past Dreizehn to point at the Toltec henchmen standing further back by their vehicles. "Your fight was with Conrad Avila and Alejandro personally. If you transgress any further, You'll be starting a war with Amit, the Vatican, and the oldest, most powerful noble house in this world. You need to call it a day, and we both then return to our respective camps. We have learned our lesson. The Toltec group is not to be trifled with, he stated with a calm that really impressed me. Oh, my Catholic savior, Drydsane stated sarcastically. Your people rescued me from my evil Nazi captors, then turned around to do the same experiment with you. He waved his arms dramatically at Vaus. But unlike you, it didn't take me 80+ years for my balls to drop. Vaus sneered back. I saw in Vaus's face that he knew he'd lost his temper. He steadied his voice and said, Me and you will get the chance to see who's the better experiment. But not today. Right now, we are leaving. I saw Lazarina and Lobo whispering to each other. Lazarina finally walked up next to Drydsane, with Lobo at her side. We will withdraw with Alejandro and Conrad's remains. We don't fear Amit, but we don't want war with the Vatican and House Bloodraven, she told Vaus sternly. Well, Drydsane was not impressed. He reached out to touch the pentagram on Vaus's chest, and Vaus recoiled away from his touch. So, the church has made a deal with the devil. He looked up at Vaus. You're supposed to be my better, a bridge to unite all of us. Herr Drydsane, you have fulfilled your contract. Whatever you do next is of your own volition, Lazarina said. Loba got the picture and stood between her and the glowing Drydsane. Both Lazarina and Lobo began walking hurriedly back to their men, Lazarina shouting orders. Yeah, I think I'll take that heart from you, Drydsane sneered at Vaus. I don't need it for peace or power. I just want to hurt Mother. I saw Vaus tense up and throw a punch to knock Drydsane 4 feet back. Drydsane snarled, and his aura exploded with red fire. Vaus quickly pulled out his boot knife and ran it down across the pentagram on his chest, blood gushing out of the wound. Vaus later told me he had to make it deep. He had to rip the skin enough for the pentagram's power to fade. The pentagram was placed upon him to dampen the powerful heart he had inside him. It was meant to let his body adjust to the power as he grew older. But now the seal was broken, and the immense magical power was let loose in his body. He screamed as a deep blood-red order sprung from his body. He threw his head back, and his muscles tensed to the point of snapping. The next moment, the awful power of Drydsane met the wild, overwhelming power of Vaus. And well, seems like a good place to stop for the next part. Oh, don't worry. I will tell you how we got over this mess, and I get to ask Vaus and Mika a few questions. I hunt reverse vampires when I was 10. Hello, everybody. Well, I don't know how to start this. Mother always told me to sharpen my speech and writing skills. She told me it would be important if I was ever meant to bridge the gaps between worlds. Oh, this is Vaus, by the way. Taylor pressured me to tell my side of the story. But none of you want to hear my backstory right now. You want to know how we escaped from Herr Drydsane and the Toltec group. I won't lead you around with cliffhangers like Taylor does. Oh, he likes the attention that gets him. No, I'll tell you about cutting the seal on my chest and the power inside me that began to eat me alive. I'm secure enough in my manhood to admit that I was mortified at the prospect of cutting the seal on my chest. I was never told to do this. I was told to never do this. I was told my body would be devoured like an ant falling into the sun. But that was years ago when I was a child. I was stronger now. I had to be in order to survive today and fulfill my destiny. You see, I don't have a normal human heart in my body. To explain further, I'd have to go back hundreds of years. so just take my word for it right now. The heart in my body was far more powerful than any Maverick's. It was like having a nuclear reactor in my chest. So I stood facing Drydsane in the middle of a dusty street in Mexico. Upon slashing a deep cut through my pentagram on my chest, I could feel the burning energy raging outwards from inside my body. I realized my human body hadn't adjusted to its immense power yet. I had little time, so I had to end this fight fast. Drydsane seemed to move in slow motion, his right fist arcing towards me. I threw my own right fist back at him. I intercepted his fist with my own, exploding his hand in a mess of gore. I delivered a brutal left hook to his face, catching his jaw and dislodging it off one side of his face to hang like a loose scrap of meat. Oh, I saw Drydsane's eyes widen as he stared at me, a look of terror over his young face. He knew he was about to die. Maybe he'd never felt the sensation before. But before I could smash his scrawny head, I first had to projectile vomit. I doubled over and cleared my stomach contents all over the ground. I was horrified to see blood and a few of my teeth in the sick puddle. I looked up in time to see a kick flying into my face. More teeth were knocked out of my mouth as I spiraled backwards across the dirt. As I skidded to a halt, I realized how much pain was racing through my body. Or how could my body ever acclimate to this? I felt a knee land in my belly and a punch splatter my nose across my face. I stared through blurry eyes up at the jawless face of Drydsane, forked tongue hanging out as he landed blow after blow down on me with his remaining hand. To be truthful, Taylor will think this is just me bragging, but his punches didn't even register through the pain that was resonating from inside me. His punches were, well, more of an annoyance. I reached up and grabbed him by his left shoulder and ripped off his remaining left arm like it was made of paper mache. Oh, Drydsane screamed, his forked tongue flailing wildly. And the armless bastard jumped back up to his feet and began stomping on my face. He must have been in the same amount of pain as me, but he kept his laser focus on killing me. 3 coughs from a suppressed pistol met my ear through all the pain. Holes appeared in his face and blew brains out the back of his head. He fell backwards to collapse away from me. "Do it, Mika," I heard Taylor scream. "Heal his magic chest thing." Taylor appeared over me, blocking out the sun, burning my blood-filled eyes. I felt him grab me by the back of my vest and begin pulling me backwards to the safety of cover. I could see his hand outstretched, pointing an empty pistol in the direction of Drydsane and the Tulsik group. I could hear Mika fervently chanting, and the overwhelming pain of my magic heart boiling my body from within vanished as the pentagram was healed back, and I was just left with the pain of having my face almost caved in. I was sucking for air and began shaking. Mika ordered Taylor to roll me on my side. I coughed up my last remaining teeth and the rest of the blood and bile in my mouth. "Do what you can for him," I heard Taylor say. "I'm going to finish off that Nazi prick." Well, I was told later Taylor grabbed the only remaining rifle and approached Drydsane to either bash his head in or shoot it with something powerful enough to obliterate the brain. Taylor was intercepted by Lobo on Lazarina's orders. Lobo had the ruined but slowly healing body of Drydsane slumped over his shoulder. And it turns out bullets to the brain slow down the healing in a Maverick to a crawl. Lazarina yelled to Taylor that the fight was over, and Drydsane was still useful to the Tulsik group. Taylor made the smart decision and allowed Lobo to take Drydsane back to the helicopter. The Tulsik group peeled out and left immediately, leaving us stranded in the village. Mika desperately attempted first aid on me. The heart in my body would begin to hit me instead of hurt me now that the seal was healed again. After about 30 minutes, I sat up and ran my hand through my hair, Giant clumps of my dark hair fell out as I did. It was okay. Hair would grow back. But teeth? Are you going to tell us what that was all about? Mika demanded. I sat up and told them the little I could before violating my oath of secrecy. Well, first, I explained how Herr Dreitzehn was the 13th of 20 kids rescued by Allied forces from Nazi scientists during the war. The Allies were led by a special contingent of Templar commandos from the Vatican. The children were injected with Mavrip DNA in the womb. The Nazis wanted to create hybrids that had the traits of ancient Mavrip without having to wait hundreds of years. They also wanted each child to have autonomy and be able to make decisions for themselves. Strange for the Nazis to want their child experiments to have free will, but they were supposed to be the new leaders of the Reich when they grew up. The Nazis had accomplished their mission with eugenics, but the children aged at a very slow rate. They stayed infants for 20 years. 80 years later, and Dreitzehn was just hitting puberty, so obviously creating an instant army of hybrid superhumans was out of the question. I told them all this to tell them about why Dreitzehn hated me so much. I was born a normal human. The Vatican adopted orphan children to raise as warriors in the fight against the unholy forces of invading realms. I was one of these children adopted by the Vatican. I was born with a genetic defect in my heart. By the time I was 10 years old, my heart was already worn down and giving out on me. Surely I would have been dead before my 11th birthday. I received a heart transplant from an ancient being, a noble. This being was far older than any Mavrip and originated from another plane of existence entirely. She had been stranded in our world for millennia. Well, I can't tell you much about her right now, but I called her Mother, the heir to House Bloodraven. For centuries, the Church has been at war with magical forces and beings from outside our dimension. This war has saved a lot of lives, but also damned a lot of innocent ones. Mother made a pact with a more open-minded sect of the Church to give me her heart. Mother was tired of living and wanted to do something good with her death. She caused so much pain and suffering in her long life, she knew she could never atone for it. But, well, maybe I could. I would begin a bridge between the Church and all things supernatural. I could lead to greater peace and cooperation between the many warring groups and clans. It would only take me around 300 years to adjust to the noble heart burning within me. And, after being trained in secret for 8 years, the Church finally found out about me. To keep me safer, a deal was quickly struck with the Amit clan for me to join as a hunter for the next 4 years. And that's why Dreitzehn just saw me as another experiment, another super soldier in league with Amit and the Vatican. The Church's attempt to one-up the Nazis. Well, rumors of my existence had permeated all corners of the underworld already, and this had undoubtedly hurt Dreitzehn's fragile ego. After I told my story, we all moved to one of the houses to take shelter. We'd already agreed to stay and recuperate for the day. If rescue hadn't shown up in the morning, we'd have to hike back on foot. It was around midnight when we hunkered down in a house lit by candlelight. Mika had found some canned food from before all the residents were turned into Mavs and was heating them up in a fire pit she'd made on the dirt floor of the living room. I laid in a cot, still thoroughly exhausted, and Taylor stood by the window, watching the villa still smouldering in the distance. "Well, the witches helped us out there," he announced to the room. Mika turned to him, questioning, but I didn't have the strength to waste on him. "Well, unless it was you, Mika," he said. "Those ninja dudes had the drop on all of us when your blackout grenade went off. But they all spazzed out and act like, well, looking at us hurt them. The same thing happened inside the villa to me. When I tried to shoot the witches, I couldn't look or even point my weapon at them, the same way the ninjas acted with us on the street. "It wasn't me," Mika answered. "That's some high-level protection magic. Why would these three set us up for an ambush, then help us survive the ambush?" I asked with my eyes closed. And the thing I heard next made me shoot up to standing position, ready to defend myself. "We just wanted the money, stupid boy," came an old woman's voice. My head pounded as I searched the room for her. Taylor spun and leveled his rifle in all corners of the room. "The boy with the pentagram is important to us, and you and this girl are important to his growth," came the witch's voice from Micah's lips. We both stared at her as her eyes rolled back in her head, and she shook lightly. She turned to smile at me. "So you will remember the debt you now owe us when we meet again, handsome?" Well, before I could think of what to do, Mika started shaking even more violently. Her pupils rolled back down, and she let out a primal growl. "Those bitches," she screamed in her own voice. She immediately pulled a stick of chalk out of her pocket and started drawing a circle in the middle of the living room floor. "I'm going to put up a protection circle. You'll both need to pack in with me." So minutes later, we all sat back to back with our knees up, within the circle of protection. The worst part was, we'd left the food out of reach of the circle. Taylor must have risked his own safety for the food, because after I woke up for my shift, our food had somehow entered the circle. I tried to stay awake with the two of them. If the witches were telling the truth, these two were important to my future. Maybe I needed to get closer to them. It's difficult because I always felt out of place around them, like I didn't belong. Well, I don't think I belong anywhere. Somehow I was supposed to be a bridge between different people and clans, but I couldn't even start up a normal conversation with my teammates. People seem so trifling and concerned with silly things in my opinion, especially Taylor. Taylor was always joking, always filling the blank spaces with the sound of his own voice. People liked him because he propped up their fragile egos, even though he was mediocre at just about everything he did. Well, I know he'll read this, and I don't care. The things I say are not out of spite. They're just factual observations I've made. I'm not writing this to make him feel good. I'm a man that would live for around 300 years, maybe 1,000, maybe even forever. I see things from a perspective other humans don't see them from. The answer to most problems was always the straightest path, the most brutal path. And I required no finessing and beating around the bush to get to an obvious solution. I had more time than any human alive, but I still had no place for wasting time. In conversations, I'd always end up insulting whoever I was talking to. Speaking was only useful to relay an order or get answers to questions asked. I had no time for pleasant conversation and pretending I cared what the other person was saying. So most of the time, I wouldn't say anything. People were too easily offended when I just wanted to get to the point. But anyways, I did keep falling asleep throughout the night. I tried to listen to the details of Taylor and Mika's conversation. Well, all I knew was Taylor was asking Mika about magic, specifically tracking spells. Taylor explained to Mika that a hunter had placed tracking spells on him and his late brother the day he was first attacked by Mavericks. Mika told him she didn't know of any spell that could consistently track a live human. Mika said she only knew spells to give the locations of stationary objects, or scrying spells that gave you the location of the targeted person the moment you perform the spell, but couldn't continuously track the target. Taylor began to get upset for some reason. "So, how did Ma put a spell on us to keep track on us the day we were attacked? She knew we were in danger. She came to rescue me moments after my brother was killed." Mika was quiet for a while. We were all propped up against each other, back to back, and I felt her shoulders tense. You can magically bait an object or person, she said slowly. Me and Father would do it to animals when hunting shifters and skinwalkers. Magic attacks magic. Magically baiting something will cause magical creatures to take a greater interest. It pulls the fate of magical creators closer to each other. It's similar to being charmed, how magical creatures and those baited draw closer subconsciously. But you can resist it easier if you notice it. Now Taylor tensed. Well, she told me she used us as bait. I thought she just meant keeping an eye on us, assuming the Mavericks would attack us. But what you're saying is she could have intentionally attracted the Mavericks to us so that she could kill them. Oh God. She caused the death of my brother. I'm not saying that for sure, Taylor. What makes you suspect this Ma used devious tactics that day? It was Mark, Taylor said quietly. He spoke to me on the night we performed summoning rituals out in the desert. He told me not to trust her. Well, there's a spell we can perform to see if you are baited, Mika answered in a measured voice. It's out of my league of skill, but we can find somebody. The spell's like a search history on yourself for any spells or curses performed on you. Well, this seemed to shut Taylor up, so I could sleep. He was moody and quiet for the rest of the night, and I wasn't complaining. We would make the hike out the next morning, and be picked up by Amit forces later on. Taylor and Mika never got to perform the spell they were talking about. As soon as we made it back, we were sent on another hunt back in the States. We'd be assisting Ma and her daughter, and Taylor would get the answers that he needed.
I Hunt Reverse Vampires, Part 11, The Report. Hey, this is Vaus again. I know Taylor will continue telling about our exploits with the New Orleans case, but I need you to understand some things before he continues. I need you to understand why I did the things I did. When I first read this, it terrified me to think the Ma we thought we knew was not the person she really is. You'll also get to read of her terrifying first encounter with Mavericks and horrible loss of family. It took me a while to track down an unredacted personnel file of Ma's, but here's part of it. It gives a good overview of what I need you to know. But I have more files if you want to continue reading up on Ma's first encounter with the Mavericks. The following is 2 case files I've spliced together for easier reading. Vows. Internal Amit clan document not to be circulated or read by any personnel with a less than top secret clearance. Subject, Miranda Crawford, alias Ma. Date of birth, February 24, 1973. Affiliation, Amit clan. Occupation, hunter-killer, master rank. Specializing in Mavrib behavior, tracking and combat-oriented spellcraft. Magic affinity and proficiency level expert. Known acquaintances, team members. Hunter-killer apprentice, Celia Straub, niece. Date of birth, September 14, 1995. The following is the unaltered and unredacted report of Miranda Ma Crawford during an in-depth background investigation into her encounter with the Mavericks and subsequent recruitment into the Amit clan by council member Rafe. August 11th, in the summer of 1999, 4 subjects, Miranda Crawford, her sister Vicky Straub, and brother-in-law William Straub, and niece 3-year-old Celia Straub were camping in the Oregon mountains. The 3 were staying for the weekend at their late mother's cabin, which now belonged to the 2 sisters. On the 3rd day, William and Vicky Straub were out in the woods, taking a walk while Miranda babysat Celia back at the cabin. While on the walk, Vicky and William came across the rogue Mavrip and former evangelist Luther Lacrosse and his pack of 4 half-turned Mavrips. See file 1999-012254 for report on Luther Lacrosse. The following is an excerpt from classified file 199-012254. Luther Lacrosse was originally part of the Hetties clan before his master, Job Washington Green, was killed by Amit forces for the crime of illegal trafficking of humans and creating unapproved progenies. Once Job was executed, his mental bonds to his progenies were severed, sending most of them into hiding. Luther Lacrosse was captured by the Amit clan with 2 others of Job Green's illegal progenies in the compound Job and his followers had built. Luther Lacrosse was discovered to be an undocumented and unapproved progeny, like his other sibling Mavericks in his brood. Reports show Job Green used his hidden and unapproved progenies to pose as religious ministers to recruit humans to either turn, sell, or feed upon himself. Job Green was alleged to have sired 7 illegal progenies over the span of 200 years. 3 were taken into custody the night Job Green was killed by Amit forces. Luther and the other 2 progenies were released from mental control upon Job's death. When Luther was taken into custody, and during his interrogation, he admitted he knew what he was doing was cruel and wrong. Luther informed us he was around 154 years old and was beginning to be aware of the atrocities he was committing. Luther informed us he was planning to push back against his master, Job, when he was strong enough to resist his mind control. Luther asked about the well-being of the humans he'd rescued from the compound. He knew all of their names and intimate details about them. He advised us one of the humans needed emergency heart medicine to survive, and one of the humans was newly pregnant and should be looked at by a medical professional. He also advised us that one young man had expressed thoughts of suicide to him in confidence and wanted the boy looked after more carefully. He asked to see the rescued humans to apologize, but was denied his request. Not only did Luther express concern and regret about their enslavement, he also led us to other human slave camps, cattle farms, in the area. Luther was fully cooperative and gave us tips and leads on other illegal operations in the area. Before the illegal progenies Job had fostered, Luther helped us track all but one, Alberta Waits, the oldest of the progenies. Luther explained she was the most distant towards the rest of the illegal progenies, and he didn't really know her. Well, it appears that this was a lie. Luther escaped his minimum security detention area with outside help, leaving 2 dead human security guards in the process. The following excerpts are the continuation of Miranda Ma Crawford's personnel profile. William and Vicky Strobe most likely were compelled by Luther's mind control to go back and gather any remaining humans to be brought to Luther to be fed upon. Miranda said later in an interview, it was strange to see her sister and brother-in-law returning so early from their usually long walks through the trails. Miranda had just put her niece to bed for a nap, so she met the 2 outside so they didn't wake the child with the front door. Miranda said her brother-in-law and sister expressed the desire to go into town and visit the local bar, and they urged Miranda to get in the car and join them in their trip. Miranda was immediately suspicious of the 2's strange behavior, stating her sister and her brother-in-law were never the drinking type, especially since they had their child. Also, neither of them showed any remorse about leaving their only child alone and unattended, as they went drinking in the middle of the day. Miranda stated she agreed to go with the 2 of them in an attempt to get them away from the child asleep in the house. Miranda said they seemed to have a faraway look and were adamant on Miranda coming with them. Miranda accompanied the 2 in the old Dodge Neon. Miranda quickly realized they were not heading towards town, but deeper into the woods. William drove them to eventually arrive at a cabin currently being used as a hideout by Luther and his half-turned brood. Miranda attempted to escape but was captured by Luther's half-turned and her sister Vicky. Miranda inflicted an injury upon Vicky's right leg during the struggle that resulted in Miranda's capture. Miranda, William and Vicky were kept chained together in the basement of the cabin. Miranda said Luther tried to compel Miranda not to struggle on multiple occasions with no success. Miranda had shown a strong mental defense to being compelled by Mavericks. Vicky and William were therefore handcuffed to Miranda, with Miranda being in the middle, with Vicky and William handcuffed to each of her wrists. Miranda later attested that Luther compelled Vicky and William to stop her if she tried to escape. Miranda said this was one of the reasons she had to leave her sister behind when she made her eventual escape. I have a different theory on the series of events, but will hold my opinion until the end of my report. On the first night of their captivity, Luther and his brood unhandcuffed William and brought him upstairs to feed upon. Miranda knew she would most likely be next and began to work on her escape plan. Miranda says she had to fight with her sister and knock her out. Miranda says once her sister was subdued, she took a rock and smashed Vicky's thumb to the point where she could slide the cuffs off of Vicky's mangled hand. Miranda then opened and squeezed through a basement window that was at least 8 feet off the ground. I came across Miranda midday, about 5 miles from her and her sister's cabin. Miranda had traveled 10 miles on foot to backtrack her way to the cabin. When I found her, I tried to convince her to take me to Luther's hideout right away. Miranda refused to take me or give me any information until we returned her to the cabin and checked on her niece. I tried to compel her to obey me, but it had no effect on her. She even attacked me when she realized what I was trying to do. I had to hold her down and compel her to be calm. I told her I would not use my mental charm on her anymore, and we could check on her niece before I went after Luther. Whether by mental compelling or my words, she calmed down, and I accompanied her back to her cabin. I stayed outside while she went in to console her terrified niece. Miranda eventually returned to the porch with a hunting rifle and machete. Miranda demanded I take her along so she could rescue her sister. She refused to tell me where Luther was or how many half-turned were with him, unless I brought her along. I was considerably slower with Miranda in tow, but she kept up with me as best she could. We ran across 2 of Luther's half-turned on the trail, hunting down Miranda. I removed the head from the shoulders of a female half-turned. Miranda landed a headshot on the second half-turned, downing the hostile long enough for me to hack its head off. I suspect Miranda must have received military training at some point in her life. Once we approached Luther's cabin, I informed Miranda that Luther would have sensed the deaths of his broodmates and would be expecting an attack. Miranda told me there were at least 2 more half-turned residing in the residence with Luther. She suggested we go around the house and use the basement window to infiltrate the cabin from the basement stairway. I agreed. Miranda took me around the side of the cabin to the broken ground-level window she'd used to escape. At this point, I must mention that I smelled and clearly saw blood spatter of an as yet unknown female outside the house, near the basement window. I later identified and matched the blood scent with the deceased Vicky Stroll. This does not match up with a story Miranda told me about leaving Vicky incapacitated in the basement. Furthermore, the drop into the basement had no furniture stacked near it. That would have allowed Miranda to hoist herself outside to freedom, without being considerably difficult for the 5'4" woman. Meanwhile, as we gained access to the basement, we slowly made our way to the stairs leading up into the house. The door at the top was locked and deadbolted. This was of little concern to me, and the strength innately granted to our kind. We quickly made entry into the main room after I rammed the door down. We caught Luther and his remaining 2 half-turned completely by surprise. I engaged the 2 half-turned with my custom Taurus Judge 5-shot revolver, loaded with custom incendiary rounds. I quickly eliminated the 2 half-turned and observed Miranda engaging Luther. It looked to me like she was intentionally shooting him in the limbs to cause him pain and make him suffer. She dumped round after round into him as he slumped in the corner of the cabin. His maverick body was trying its best to heal between taking more gunshot wounds. I realized what she was doing, and I also wanted him alive for questioning, so I chopped off his arms and legs. I removed a custom-built welding torch from my pack and cauterized the bloody ends of his stumps to slow down his rate of healing considerably. At this point, I expected Miranda to ask Luther about her sister or where the body of her brother-in-law was located. Miranda asked no questions. She was so enraged, she just attacked Luther and began punching him in the face repeatedly. I believe she already knew her sister was dead and didn't care to ask questions. I had to stop Miranda so I could ask my questions, or she would have caved his skull in. I asked Luther about the whereabouts of his brood sibling Alberta Waits. Luther refused to answer my questions, so I allowed Miranda to continue torturing him. Well, we continued our torture, interrogation of Luther for the next 3 hours. I found the blood-drained bodies of William and Vicky Straub stacked on top of each other in the side bathroom. This only made Miranda more vicious in her torture. I continued asking Luther about the whereabouts of Alberta, and could see in his eyes he was about to break. I've conducted hundreds of interrogations in my career in the Amit clan, and Luther showed all the signs of breaking. I pushed him further and further until something changed within him. He began sobbing loudly and appeared distraught, ignoring all my questions. Luther began crying desperately for his mother. Miranda began laughing at him and chiding him. Miranda told him, "I'm your only ma here, asshole." Luther stated, verbatim, "I wasn't going to give you up, Mama. Why have you forsaken me? Why have you cut me off, Mama? Wait." Upon further consideration, I realized Luther might have been saying, "Mama waits," not "Mama wait." It's my belief that Mama Waits is Alberta Waits. Luther was referring to Alberta as his master, not his brood sibling. Luther was distraught because Alberta had severed her mental connection over him, therefore removing the ability of Luther to disclose her location. My theory is Luther's master was not Job Green, but Alberta Waits. My theory further suggests Alberta was Job Green's master also. Alberta used Job as the false leader of the brood, while she worked in the shadows under the pretense of being a mind-controlled servant. And Alberta's plan worked, because the Amit clan assassinated Job, thinking him the master, allowing Alberta to escape. She severed her mental connection with all her progenies to make it appear as if their master was dead. I believe she only kept connection with her favorite disciple, Luther Lacrosse. Once we pushed Luther to the point of giving up her location, she mentally knew of his eventual betrayal and finally severed her connection from him, leaving him feeling empty and without purpose. This theory is held by me and my master in the council. We will conduct further investigation into who Alberta Mama Waits is, and how long she's been operational. Luther locked up on me and no longer answered further questions. I carried out my orders and executed Luther with 2 shots to the face. After his execution, I denied Miranda's request to retrieve her sister and brother-in-law for burial. I informed her a cleanup team was on the way, and protocol dictated the bodies would be incinerated. After sending in my preliminary report via cell phone, the cleanup team met us back at Miranda's cabin. I fully expected the cleanup team to wipe the memories of Miranda and her niece, but orders came in from council member Rafe to hold off on the mind wipe. It's my belief that Rafe is considering Miranda as a new hunter. I adamantly oppose the decision of bringing humans into the hunter positions, especially this one. I know Rafe shares the liberal views of incorporating humans into the affairs of the Amit clan, but she is stubborn and shows disrespect to me, her maverick superior. Surely a more docile human would serve better in non-combat roles. Lastly, Miranda's story of events didn't add up. She would have needed the help of her sister to reach the high window to escape the basement. Also, Vicky's blood was found outside the house when Miranda said she left her in the basement. My second theory in this report is that Miranda convinced her sister to help lift her up to the high window. Once they both got outside, Miranda realized Vicky would slow her down due to the previous injury to Vicky's leg, which would get them both killed. Whether they both agreed to leave Vicky behind, or Miranda did it by force, she broke Vicky's thumb to escape the cuffs outside the cabin. But if Vicky did agree to letting Miranda destroy her hand so Miranda could escape, why didn't Miranda tell me this when we met? It would seem Miranda did it for the altruistic reason of getting back to her niece and calling for help. Well, that is, unless Miranda left this out because she left her injured sister behind against her sister's wishes. This is why I urge any member of the council to reject the idea of bringing Miranda Crawford into the clan as a hunter apprentice. Master Hunter, Julius Armand. End of report. in-depth background, psychological, and physical investigation of Miranda Crawford by the Amit Entrance Board grants the before-named subject entrance into the Amit clan at the rank of apprentice hunter. Subject was previously highly trained as a firearm instructor and tracker in the U.S. Army, before being dishonorably discharged for insubordination. Subject shows signs of narcissistic and sociopathic tendencies. Standard operating procedure suggests subject to be mind-wiped and discharged from Amit custody. Subject was subsequently reapproved for clan membership and pushed through by council member Rafe. Well, that's all I have for now. I'm looking for Miranda's report on the incident. Maybe I'll attach it at the end of Taylor's entry next time. Vows. I Hunt Reverse Vampires, Part 12. The New Orleans Job. I looked into the eyes of Alejandro's mask. Its round, creepy eyes stared back at me. Its formerly pale white was now burnt black across the right side of its surface. Half intact, half burnt black. It was a perfect metaphor for how we felt after our disastrous first mission. Yes, we had completed the mission, but we got our asses kicked doing it. Alejandro, our teacher, was dead, just like all our former classmates, just like Mark, just like my brother. I felt this war was tearing the heart out of me. I could have sat in my room and been a depressed boy all day. I wanted to. I was exhausted, but Mika came in to interrupt my sad time. "If you're naked, get dressed quick. I'm opening my eyes in 5 seconds," she said, while bursting into the boys-only dorm with her hands over her eyes. I was the only one in the room, due to being the only male still alive, other than Vaus, who was still in medical. I sat there fully dressed, letting her count down obnoxiously. Felt like I should strip down naked to surprise her when she opened her eyes, but I don't think we were close enough for that to be more funny than creepy. Once she opened her eyes, she gave me a regretful smile. "Rafe wants us. It's another mission." "What the hell?" I spoke with anger. "We just got back from getting our asses kicked. It's only been 2 days." "Well, tell him that when you see him," Mika replied. "Vaus is already back on his feet." Later, the three of us were in a briefing room while Rafe gave us orders. Vaus was bald now, with some hastily fashioned dentures in his mouth. Although he was back on his feet, he was slumped and his eyes were hollow, like a man undergoing chemo. I thought of making the joke about maybe he could get new robotic hair and teeth, but Vaus didn't look like he was in the mood, and the joke kind of sucked anyways. Rafe explained to us that an emergency situation was occurring and needed the immediate attention of Amit hunters. He explained there was a high-ranking hoodoo priestess who was an ally to the Amit clan who had been attacked 2 nights in a row by unidentified mavericks and human cultists. It's believed the attackers were trying to steal a valuable object within the possession of the priestess. "What is the object in her possession?" Mika asked. "We don't know," Rafe responded. "Any highly dangerous magical artifacts are to be reported to the Amit clan, but Madame Monroe has been known to keep secrets and traffic in illegal magical items under the table. Whatever it is, it's dangerous enough for her to break her silence and reach out to us, at the risk of reprimand. Furthermore, Madame Monroe has mentioned the possibility of demonic forces working in tandem with the Mavericks. Demons helping Mavericks is very rare. Demons can't possess Mavericks, and Mavericks can't command demons. So it would suggest that they're working towards a mutual goal." I felt a shiver run down my spine. Mavericks, ghosts, and now demons. God, every day in this life, the world grew darker and darker. And don't forget the Nazis. Those assholes were probably behind this too. "Where are we heading?" Vaus mumbled as he stared up at Rafe through drooping eyes. "And why us? We just got back from this shit." Mika and I stared at him in surprise. It was unlike Vaus to be so disrespectful, especially to Rafe. Rafe just stared back intensely. He was probably considering if he should just let the disrespect slide, or acknowledge it. He finally continued and explained to us, "You three are going to New Orleans, Louisiana, because we have no agents in the area." Rafe considered his words. "As you were," he corrected. "I mean to say there are no agents I can trust in the proximity of New Orleans." Rafe paused, and we all thought about the information he'd just dropped. Rafe went between looking all of us in the eyes individually, like he was considering saying something. Finally, he sighed and spoke. "There is a fracture in the Amek clan, or should I say, rogue extremist elements in the clan. There are Mavrips at the furthest end of the spectrum of clan politics. I guess my enemies would say I am at the polar opposite in my beliefs." "What does that mean? What are your beliefs?" I asked. I was preparing myself for a crazy rant to spill out of Rafe's mouth, but instead I got something pretty reasonable. "We Mavrips have lived alongside humans for centuries. We no longer need to subjugate humans to survive. Mavrips are already in positions of power all over the world. We can pay humans for their blood or require it as an act of fealty to our clan. Humans have freely given their blood to the Amek clan for a while now." "Well, capitalism at its finest," I remarked. Rafe just ignored me and rubbed a hand along his bald head in frustration. "I'm of the mindset of transparency. Of course, we don't just reveal ourselves to the world, but we slowly bring humans into our inner circles. We work with humans. I've long pushed for a human to join the High Council." Vaus's eyes widened and he swayed back in surprise. He'd been part of this life longer than me, and he understood the importance of Rafe's statement. "Why do you think I accepted you into our clan, Vaus?" Rafe asked, fixing Vaus in his piercing gaze. "The purpose of your creation is to bridge the gap between humans, Mavrips, and nobles. Many on the council wanted you thrown out. Others wished to rip your heart from your chest and kill the last remnant of your mother." "Is that how some members feel? How extreme do they get?" Vaus asked, worried. "Some members, I believe, are working in the shadows with rogue Mavrip clans to cause chaos and conflict between us and humans. They wish to create so much havoc that the Amek clan is forced to intervene to save the world from mutual destruction. They want all human governments and institutions abolished, to be under the control of Amet and the largest Maverick clans. If humans resist, they'll be imprisoned, killed, or compelled to obey." Rafe finally finished. "Oh, that's some pretty heavy stuff," Mika announced. "So I take it you trust us if you're willing to tell us all this," she smirked. Rafe considered this. "I don't distrust you. You three are too green to be influenced by rogue elements of the clan." Then Rafe took on a faraway look, like he was seeing back in time. "I've seen what happens when Mavrips acquire absolute power. Oh, worlds burn." Rafe stood there for a while with his 1,000-yard stare. I don't believe he meant to share this bit of info with us. I didn't understand at the time what he meant. The three of us looked at each other awkwardly, waiting for Rafe to unpause, but he didn't. So I decided to take one for the team. "Oh, you do care," I said. Rafe snapped back to reality and fixed me in his cold stare. "Now leave," he commanded harshly. Well, anyways, that's all the build-up and exposition I needed to get out of the way for you to get an idea of what was coming up. We were heading to Nola to help a hoodoo priestess not get her magic item jacked. Along the way, we would have to face off against a tag team of demons and mavericks. Well, the next chapter will pick up with us right in the thick of it. Vaus here. I couldn't find a report written by Ma on her recounting of events, but I did find an interview that was done between her and Rafe a year later. This transcript is beyond top secret. It took my source a lot of hard work to acquire. Transcript begins. What do you want to talk with me about, Ray? I have just a few more questions to ask you. There are some things I want to clear up before we cut you loose from training. Oh, God. Not more mind games. I got enough of that with the other trainees down in Mexico. I jumped through all the hoops. I completed all assignments with flying colors. Now I just want to get back to my niece. She needs family right now. Instead, you whisked me away to some black site with boarded up windows and no AC. There's a sound of something slamming down hard on metal in close proximity to the recorder. There are a few seconds of silence. Councilmember Rafe clears his throat. I was out of line. What do you want to ask me? We've already gone over the day of your recruitment numerous times. In all of our subsequent interviews, you've recanted and retold certain things that differentiated from the original report. Tell me again why you felt the need to lie and eventually come clean with me. Well, firstly, you insisted I wasn't telling the complete truth. I suppose I was telling everyone what they wanted to hear. The clean version. I've dealt with the law and military superiors for most of my life. They always want the clean version, not the jagged, ugly version. Even if they know it's bending of the truth, they want the story that's easily filed away. So, run me through it again. Tell me everything. If I detect you're holding back, I won't compel you, and I'll wash you out of the program. I won't even mind wipe you. I'll let you live, knowing what sin you committed, and how you had a chance to fix it, and you blew it away. Okay, first lie I told was about how I got my injuries during the killing of that bastard Luther. The scratch across my cheek was from my sister. We were outside the house, still chained together. So she wasn't still under the mind control of Luther at this point. No, she snapped out of it in the basement. All I had to do was remind her of her daughter all alone back at the cabin. She helped me reach the window and I pulled her up. She was a wreck though, crying and sobbing, falling behind due to her leg. My sister's always been too soft, too easily hurt. She was going to get us both killed. We would never see Celia again. I told her I needed to dislocate her thumb so I could escape and bring back help. Well, she was stupid and accused me of being selfish. She accused me of only caring about myself. Well, the thing is, I have a hard time caring about people, always have. I don't get emotional the way normal people get. I never felt very human, so I learned enough to mimic real human emotions in order to fool people around me. But Vicky knew the real me. And even though I said I was escaping for her and Celia, she saw through my bullshit. She knew I was only looking out for myself, and saving them was secondary. So, you left her? You escaped without her consent? Yeah, but she attacked me first. She'd gone hysterical. Started screaming and bringing up all the bullshit she'd suffered from me through all the years. Well, I'm a year older than her. People used to think we were twins. Well, we fought constantly growing up. Where I felt nothing, Vicky felt too much. We wanted nothing to do with each other for years. We would have kept it that way if it wasn't our mother's dying wish that we make amends and be true sisters to each other. But it seems we were destined to be at each other's throats. So, where did you get the hammer? From the basement. I smashed her thumb while she was unconscious. I choked her out in a headlock. They call it a guillotine. I would have dislocated her thumb, like I told her earlier, but we made a lot of noise, and I could hear movement from within the cabin. So I had to move quickly, do it messy. So that accounts for the scratch across your face. How did you get the other injuries? You already know how. Tell me again. It was Ahmad. I didn't attack him when I felt him trying to mind whatever me. He started with trying to beat the info out of me. He demanded I tell him what I knew about Luther. He wanted his whereabouts and how many followers he had with him. When I wouldn't break, he tried to force his way into my head. When that didn't work, and only then, did he consider my demands. Well, I may hate my sister, but my niece is pure and she was all alone. Anything else about that day need correcting? Not really. Everything else is pretty accurate. Only I think Armand may have considered killing me before he called in for a new cleanup crew. He could have blamed it on Luther, but I guess he knew it would look good having rescued a human, so he spared me. Right, let's jump forward a bit. After your training, when you got a week of furlough, you went back to Luther's cabin. Why did you go back? Very strange for you to be sentimental all of a sudden. Now remember, I already know a lot of what happened, and I'm just seeing if you're truthful. I'm seeing if you can be trusted. Well, I'd always been an atheist. Never believed in a loving father in the sky that also gave cancer to my mom. But during training down in Mexico, I saw behind the curtain. The witch teaching us showed me the afterlife was real. And if it's real, well, then I'm going to hell for what I've done. So you conjured your sister. Why? To ask for forgiveness. To tell her I was sorry. And did she? Well, she saw through my disguise once again. She knew I wasn't asking for forgiveness out of regret or mourning. She knew I was only doing it for one reason, to protect my own ass. She knew I was the same old selfish bitch that left her to die. So she told me she would never forgive me. She told me she'd only be at rest once I was in the fires of hell. So, what do you plan to do about this? Well, there is a hell and a heaven. I've met angels and demons. On top of that, the dead know things and rarely have a reason to lie. How you move forward knowing there's no hope for your salvation? I don't know. It's not my fault that I can't feel things like normal people. I can't empathize or care for others. I try, but I can barely think straight now. I'm so scared to die and be sent into the flames. They say God is love, and I can't feel love. Look, I said hell and heaven exist, but only for humans. Wait, what? Hell is only for humans, them and the fallen, but not for mavericks. How do you know this? Let's just say we are not from this realm. Demons and angels see us as intruders or a foreign infestation. Demons ignore us and angels attack on sight. So, as soon as you're bit, you're safe? Well, this is unclear. Newly turned mavericks are still weak and a lot of their humanity still intact. Maybe you're only safe from hell once you come fully into your maverick powers, like an ancient maverick. So, will you turn me? Will you make me a mav? No, I cannot. Only the council can grant you permission to join the ranks of the mavericks. If I were to defy them, we both would be imprisoned or worse. What I offer you is a light at the end of the tunnel. You give me your loyalty and life, and at the end of your service, I'll put in the request for you to be turned. You'll have to work your ass off, you hear. Work so hard that no council member can refuse. Give me a career of results, and I'll give you immortality as your retirement plan. Well, why put such an investment in me? Because I need soldiers loyal to me over the council. I'm literally a get-out-of-hell card. I'm the only one who knows your dirty secrets, and I'm your only hope. Well, then I accept. I'll get results. I may have to cut some corners and bend the rules to get them. I'm sure you'll help sweep them under the rug as long as it suits your agenda. Right. It's settled. You can go now. There is one more thing I need to address. What is it? You must never lie to me again. End transcript. I Hunt Reverse Vampires, Part 13. The Grey. I awoke in The Grey during our van ride to New Orleans. Everything was faded and monochrome. My head moved sluggishly back and forth to reveal the bus was empty. Baus and Taylor were gone. Even the driver was gone. The van just coasted along in a dreamlike state through endless fog. When I was young, this would always scare me. It felt so real, and it was hard to breathe and move properly. It was like being underwater, slowly drowning while still being able to take small breaths. But my gran taught me well about the grey. Well, the grey is what my gran called it during her day. The grey was like sleep paralysis for normal people. But for people touched with magic, it was much more. It was a plane between consciousness and unconsciousness, between the physical and spiritual, between the living and the dead. And for the last bit of confirmation that I was truly in the grey, I looked down at my hands. Both were flesh and blood again, when I knew my right hand was mechanical now. In the grey, your body always took on the form you perceived of yourself at a subconscious level. My mind hadn't yet come to terms with when I'd lost a hand killing a Mav with a razor wire. I didn't bother with an illusionary spell to hide my hand like Taylor did for his leg. I just rocked a long black glove to cover my robotic hand, like I was Luke Skywalker or Arnie in T2. So now I sat in a world of washed-out colors, riding in the van to nowhere. Taylor and Vaus were nowhere to be seen, even though I knew they must still be beside me in the waking world. I reached out with my aura to magically probe the small confines of the vehicle. My aura pushed up against Taylor's aura, and Vaus's strange aura. It was good to know my teammates were still beside me in the waking world, but as soon as I touched Vaus's aura, I recoiled out of primal fear. My mind sent danger signals like I was a rabbit that just walked into the den of a cobra. Vaus's aura was terrifying, and I felt he could hurt me subconsciously if I pressed him with enough magic. If he did something, he may not even be aware he was hurting me. It could have been an instinctual reaction to my magical incursion. And so I sat in the rumbling van and waited. Usually when I got up in the grey, it meant I was summoned or the universe needed to send me a sign. Finally, when I looked across from me, a brown-haired boy stared back at me. "Taylor, did you summon me? You know we're physically sitting right beside each other in the real world," I asked the familiar face. But then I drew back and realized that the face was slightly off. The boy had lighter and longer hair, a thinner nose, and was younger. "I'm Tyler, his twin," the boy said with a knowing half-smile. "Oh, Tyler, well, I've heard a lot about you," I replied with my own smile. "Don't lie," Tyler laughed. "The only time he shuts up is whenever I'm brought up. He tries to be cool and stoic about his past, like Vaus." This was true, and I should have known better than to lie to a spirit. Even if it was just exchanging pleasantries, spirits didn't converse the same way the living did. I'd figured out through context clues that Taylor had a twin brother, and the way Taylor's face would fall and he would go quiet when family came up, I knew he'd lost his brother. "Yeah, did the Mavs kill you?" I asked gently, cutting to the point. In my experience, most spirits respected being direct in conversation. "Yes, they did, and they'll kill all of you if you aren't ready," he said calmly, his smile gone now. "We've all seen it. We've all come to warn you." "Who's we?" I asked the ghost of Taylor's late brother. "It's me also," said a gentle voice beside me. I turned to see the familiar sight of Mark, my old teammate. My heart almost broke. Before I knew it, I hugged him. He was ice cold, but I didn't care. He hugged me back, and I fought back tears, but the cold made my brain start working. "Taylor said you warned him about Ma already," I said as I pulled away to look at him. "Well, that already takes a lot of willpower to speak to the living just once. It gets harder to communicate the longer you've been dead." I looked back at Tyler. How were they still around us? It was like they were a team of guardian angels, but that would take tremendous spiritual power to accomplish. "Hey, how are you both talking to me?" I asked. "Who's guiding you? Who's empowering you?" I asked again, sternly. Both the ghosts looked at each other nervously. Mark looked back and said, "It doesn't matter. Just hear our warning." "Yes, it does matter," I interrupted. "The power you two are displaying is not natural to human spirits. You two could be under the spiritual thrall of an angel." I paused reluctantly. "Or a demon." Well, for two ghosts, I'd never seen so much expression go across the faces. Tyler's eyes went wide, and Mark's face got stuck in a grimace, like I'd said something taboo. But I didn't care, because there was something going on here. I wasn't going to let our enemies manipulate my team by using our dead friends to do so. "Mika, don't say such things," Mark pleaded beside me, but I smelled blood in the water. Something had them scared, and I was going to find out what it was. "I remember that purple-eyed shadow thing showing up at the seance. It was all thirsting after vows. Is that freak behind all this?" I demanded. "Is he the demon manipulating the both of you?" "I am no demon," a loud female voice screamed from beside Tyler. An inky blackness began to manifest itself in the seat next to him. "I sure ain't that torturing bastard with purple eyes." The blackness filled the entire van. It felt like a cloud of thick ash was rushing down my throat with my sudden inhale of breath. It burned with every intake. I could hear millions of birds flapping their wings around me and cawing loudly. In all the blackness, I could see a red orb, letting off a deep red glow, floating in the seat beside Tyler. I looked closer to see it was pulsing, not exactly an orb. It was a beaming heart. Every time it pumped, the space illuminated the outline of an entire circulatory system. A spiderweb of veins and arteries would reveal a person sitting in the seat, before suddenly disappearing, only to light up again on the next heartbeat. Two eyes appeared above the red strobe of the heart, the whites of the eyes almost glowing against the darkness around it. Slim red circles appeared in the middle of both of them. I sat terrified, waiting for more to appear, but nothing did. It was just the two white eyes with the thin red circles, floating in the darkness of a pulsing circulatory system. Tyler and Mark were now completely hidden in the darkness. "Listen, little hunter girl, I am none of those things," came the scolding voice from the floating eyeballs. "We are all here to help the three of you live," the female voice said to me in a lower tone, trying to control its temper. "The two of you are important to him. He needs you two to grow into the man I need him to be, so I'll do anything to keep you alive and help his mission." I heard a twinge of softness in her voice towards the end. Who was she trying to keep alive? What mission? The more I stared at the beating heart, the more I understood. The heart was exactly where Vaus was sitting in the physical world. "You're Vaus's mother. You're the one who gave him his heart," I said with sudden recognition. This time the red-circled eyes widened in surprise. I was right. "Ah, clever girl. Maybe I underestimated you. That's good. Maybe your enemies will too. They'll never see you coming." Then the eyes jumped to be right in front of me. I looked around, scared, only to realize my seat was gone and I was hovering in the dark void. "Your client, Madame Monroe, won't tell you everything, and neither will Rafe." The voice spoke in my ears, the eyes staring intensely into mine. "This will get your whole team killed, so I'm here to tell you everything." There was a pause in her speech as we just floated and stared at each other. I didn't know at the time, but she was weighing the risks of doing something dangerous to me. Well, how do I explain this? Her eyes went into my eyes, her thoughts went into mine. An explosion of colors and memories flooded into my mind, like they were being downloaded. Tons of data being crammed into my smaller brain. It didn't feel like I was being shown something new, but I was remembering lost memories. Images, smells, thoughts, and feelings shot through my mind like a highlight reel of memories. was hundreds of lives being downloaded into my head, only to be forgotten. I only kept the memories the woman wanted me to see. All the memories flew by my consciousness so quick, I could only make sense of some of them. I could only grab quick snippets to form a collage of experiences. I remembered a shining throne high above me. Me and thousands of others knelt before it in fear. I felt God's wrath laid upon me, and saw Lucifer and his angels cast down like blazing balls of fire. I feared I would soon share the same fate. And then my mind jumped ahead. I remembered a world like ours, but slightly different in many ways. I remembered the hundreds of different lives I'd lived in this world. And then this too was gone. I remembered feeling the heat from bombs exploding and the cold of nuclear winter. I remembered the grief of guilt and being exiled to a new world. I remembered feeling love again after centuries of depression. I looked down at a dark-haired young boy with love in my heart. I remembered the joy of teaching him as we talked all night. And finally, I remembered the doctor putting the gas mask up to my face as I lay staring up at the ceiling. Then all the memories stopped, and I could think again. I'd finally gotten to the information she wanted me to have. I saw the creature with purple eyes. It wasn't an angel or demon. It was a torturer from the depths of hell, an abyssal monster not meant to be in this world. It didn't fear God and hated all of creation. All it wanted was to cause pain. I saw it possess a fat older man. This was a trick. Madame Monroe and the man had planned to seal the creature within the man's body so it could no longer hurt people. I saw the man fall to his death from a building. When he hit the ground, he splattered, but the monster was still trapped within the pieces of his corpse. Madame Monroe had the man's corpse sealed within a crypt in an enormous graveyard. I could sense the monster's anger as it tried desperately to escape the dead body that was now its prison. "That thing, the purple-eyed monster, is the thing you're being called to protect," the woman's voice said to me. "An unlikely pact between demons and a cabal of rogue mavericks has been made. This group seeks to steal the corpse with the unholy monster in it and use its power for unholy purposes." "Who are they, this group of demons and mavs?" I asked aloud. "I do not know," the voice replied. "I can only see that they kill you, the other boy, and my vows." There was a pause of hesitation before she said, "Here, let me show you." Suddenly I was standing in a graveyard in the noonday sun, crypts and gravestones all around me. In front of me was Taylor, holding a rifle and looking nervous. Suddenly Taylor's head exploded above his right eye, his blood spraying into my eyes and blinding me. I immediately dove backwards to take cover behind a gravestone. The vision jumped forward as I ran between the concrete crypts. I think I was flanking the sniper. I turned the corner and saw an enemy waiting for me. A tall, muscled man in black tactical gear. He had his shotgun raised, only 4 feet away from me. I saw he was wearing a silver wolf mask before he blasted me, pain shooting all through my torso. I'm back in the darkness now, screaming. The eyes of the woman are floating in front of me again. "We don't have much time left. Calm down, listen to me," the voice demanded. I stifled my scream and tried to concentrate. "Tell Madame Monroe to remember Letty's spell she used on the train tracks," the voice demanded. "You have to remind her. You must get her to remember Letty and the train tracks." The darkness blinked away then, like a light being switched on in a dark room. I was screaming again as I saw Vaus sitting across from me. He jumped in surprise, and I heard Taylor curse loudly. I was awake and back in the van with my team. "What the hell, Mika?" Taylor asked as I looked around, slowly coming back to reality. "Oh, bad dream," I finally said as I looked down at my robotic hand. "Well, whatever," Vaus said impatiently. "We're pulling up anyway." "Where are we?" I asked. Vaus shrugged. "I don't know completely. Some cemetery." Looked out the back window and dread filled my heart. It was the familiar scene from my vision. concrete crypts surrounding us. It's the graveyard where we die. Part 14. TPK. Hey guys, it's Taylor. The OG is back telling the story. Well, I had to let Meek relay her spooky ghost part of the story. Would have been a pain in the ass trying to explain what she experienced. Now you know why she's acting so weird. Luckily for you, because me and Vaus sure didn't. Well, we were just choosing to put our trust in our teammate during a really trippy time. Oh, and things do get trippy. Our pug-faced driver put the van in park and spoke. This is your stop. Let's go in light. Pistols with extra mags only, Vaus said as he slid to the back of the van and pushed open the double doors. We still have no idea what we're walking into, but we don't want to spook the client. No, both of you stop, Mika shouted as she jumped in front of Vaus and out of the back of the vehicle. She spun around and held out her arms to T-pose us back into the van. What the hell, Mika? I protested. Shut up, Taylor. Just shut it for once. Vaus, you shut up too and listen, Mika scolded. I didn't say anything, Vaus pointed out. Shut up and listen anyways, she insisted. We both held out our tongues and waited for her crazy ass to continue. Just for today, please do everything I say without question, she pleaded with sincerity. Her voice even had a little tremble. I can explain later, but right now you have to trust me. It's imperative that you trust me and listen to me. But I began to interject. Promise, Taylor, she almost yelled at me. Once again, I thought how cute she was when she was mad. For today, you promise. Yeah, sure, I promise, I relented. Her intense gaze shifted to Vaus, who stared back with a stubborn look. I know we haven't known each other long, but we're a team. Trust me, Vaus. I'm trying to save your life. That's the reason me and Taylor are here, to keep you alive. I didn't like Mika insinuating my whole purpose was to protect the pretty boy with OP anime powers, but I could see Mika was appealing to Vaus' self-importance. Vaus tilted his head and his face softened. Okay, what do you need us to do? He asked, giving in. First off, grab the rifles, put on the tack vests, and Taylor? She stopped and considered. You're wearing a freaking helmet. So the three of us jumped out of the van fully loaded. Only I had a helmet for some reason. Me and Vaus sporting the reliable AR-15s and Mika with a 30-30 semi-auto rifle with a scope. Mika had also bullied the driver to give up the keys to the van. The driver was non-combatant, was under orders to drop us off and leave. Now he was sulking in the back of the van with a Kevlar vest on and a pistol. As soon as we exited the van into the empty parking lot, we automatically saw the person we were supposed to meet. A tall black woman wearing shades, flowy dark garments, and tons of necklaces and jewelry. She was flanked by two linebackers in tight-fitting suits. One of the men shaded her with an umbrella, and the other was handed a large purse of hers to hold as she saw our approach. Amit sends their young to help me, the woman said with a sly smile. You all don't look anything special. You just might get yourself killed out here. I saw her posture when approaching, and figured she was going to throw some shade at us, so I didn't react, but Mika did. Her shoulders hiked and her eyes narrowed. Madam Monroe, we don't have time for all this. I've received a message from the Grey. Whatever you're hiding in this cemetery is about to be under attack. The woman whose name I just found out was Madam Monroe was taken aback before studying Mika back with the same narrow eyes. What is your name, hon? Monroe inquired. Mika Delver, Mika quickly replied. Ah, I see, Monroe said. I've heard of a powerful group of magic users with that name. They hail from Haiti, if I remember correctly. Yep, those are my people. So please, madame, listen to me. Enemy forces are either here already or on their way. Mika's words were a surprise to all of us. The two linebacker bodyguards removed handguns from their jackets and started scanning the area. Me and Vaus did likewise. Madame Monroe stared even more intensely at us, considering us. Follow me, she said finally, before swishing around and speed-walking through the arched entryway to the cemetery, her dark garments flowing behind her as her bodyguards tried to keep in step. Mika took off to keep pace beside the madame, and me and Vaus tried to keep within hearing distance of the two women. We walked between rows and rows of above-ground graves and large crypts. Most of the crypts were opulent, with statues of the Virgin Mary, fleur-de-lis, and crosses abounding. Their colors were mostly weathered concrete with vines growing up them. A few crypts and gravestones were dark teal with dead flowers scattered everywhere. Giant weeping willow trees threw shade over large swathes of macabre scenery. In short, it was very creepy and maze-like. Another thing for sure, the cemetery was a tactical nightmare. Too many sight breaks, choke points, sniper perches. It'd be great for a game of paintball, but terrible for a real firefight. The women were talking briskly back and forth. I caught every other word, but I pieced together that Mika had received a vision about an imminent attack. I also heard we were all in terrible danger, and some sort of body would be stolen. But Madame Monroe's face turned to a look of absolute surprise when Mika mentioned a girl named Letty. "You sure? The spell from the bridge?" I heard her ask sharply. "Yep, it's exactly what I was told to tell you. I think it's imperative to our survival," Mika responded. "What are we protecting? What's so special about this body?" Vaus demanded sharply. "I'll follow your lead, Mika, but you must explain as much as you can." Mika and Monroe stopped in their tracks. Mika gave a knowing stare to Monroe. "You want to tell them, or should I?" Mika asked her. Monroe looked around nervously before waving us over to the relative safety hiding in the narrow shadows of two large crypts. "The body we are protecting was host to a very powerful entity before the poor man died. The man intentionally invited the hard thing into his heart, into his very being. But it was all in an attempt to seal the monster inside his fleshy vessel, to trap it there for decades to come." Madame spoke rapidly as her eyes darted around the shadows, like she was expecting assassins in all of them. "The monster inside the body can only be freed once the body is completely incinerated, completely destroyed." "Why would anyone want this thing set free?" I asked. "Does the ghost thing have friends or something?" "No. Hush, boy," the madame snapped. First, I thought she was just being a bee, but looking closer I realized she was scared. "It's a thing of pure hate. It has no allies, but theoretically it could be manipulated to be a weapon." "What sort of weapon? Why would somebody risk trying to bend such a dangerous entity to their will?" Mika asked. "It's because it can absorb things, locking them away for eternity, effectively killing them," Madame Monroe said with a tremble in her voice. I saw the beads of nervous sweat glistening on her forehead as she looked down at her feet. "It can kill angels," she announced in a grave tone. "Why do Mavrivs want to kill angels?" Mika asked after a moment of shocked silence. "What?" Madame answered. "No, child. It's the worshippers of the fallen that desire this weapon. If the demons found a weapon to kill their hated righteous brethren, they could shake the foundations of heaven itself. I've been under attack by cultists and shadow men for the past couple of days," she continued. "That's why I was sure they'd attack again at night, when the shadows are deepest." "Oh, I saw Mavs in my vision," Mika argued. "The asshole in a wolf mask, like in Mexico." "Oh yeah," I said. "What's the deal with that guy? A fake vampire cosplaying as a werewolf? What the hell, bro?" "He was a Luna clan mercenary," Vaus interjected. "They are a close-knit warrior clan that run toward bloodshed. They are very expensive and very deadly. If you saw one in your vision, then we are in terrible danger." So it's a wealthy group of crazy devil-worshipping cultists," I remarked. "Then we must hurry," Madame Monroe spouted and turned to hurry deeper into the cemetery. After another couple of moments, the group of us nervously following, we came to a black gate around a raised concrete grave. The grave had no markings upon it, but the black gate had hundreds of meticulous handcrafted symbols created by its bended metal bars into designs. "Here is the body. Here's the creature's prison, for now," the madam explained. "It's surrounded by powerful glyphs and wards. Only I can enter unharmed. So, we set up a defensive perimeter," Baus commanded, scanning the area. "The chapel in the distance will make a good overwatch position for Mika." I turned to look over at the Gothic chapel jutting out of the horizon line, at least 100 yards away. It was a good spot. Mika would have a great sightline. Then Mika, who was a little bit in front of me, turned frantically, her eyes jumping all over the place, her expression one of terror. "Taylor, get down!" she shrieked as she launched at me. I instinctively braced against her tackle. She quickly leveraged her leg behind me and leg swept me onto my ass. While I fell, she dropped to the ground beside me. I heard the vrp of the air above my head being cut through by a high-powered rifle round, followed by the echo of the shot rebounding loudly off the graves. "Take cover! Take cover!" I heard Vaus yelling as me and Mika low-crawled to take cover behind the nearest tombstone. I looked back to see Madame Monroe locking herself inside the black-gated area, while the other two linebackers took cover with Vaus behind a large crypt across from us. "Did you see where the shooter is?" asked a bodyguard. "Probably the chapel steeple," Vaus retorted. "Well, let me make sure," the same bodyguard said before combat rolling out of cover and sliding behind a tombstone closest to me. Another shot rang out and exploded the grass where he'd been an instant before. Let's hope it's a bolt action," the guy said calmly as he peered up out of cover with a pair of small binoculars held to his eyes. He ducked back down and gave me a satisfied look. "Wolf mass shooter on the roof, not the chapel. Chapel's shutters are open as a distraction, and we need to flank him from both sides. Just watch out for crossfire." I have to admit, the bodyguard guy was kind of cool. His calm demeanor filled me with confidence, and I didn't detect arrogance like I did with Vaus. "Good plan," Mika said. "I'll keep him suppressed while you all move up. He may come down to fight you before you get there. At least, that's what my vision showed me." The bodyguard guy was about to speak before the top of the headstone he was hiding behind exploded at the same time his head did. His almost headless body slumped to the side, beginning to create a pool of blood. "Move," Mika said, grabbing me and pulling me towards a larger crypt a few feet away. Obviously the gravestones weren't sufficient cover. Mika straightened me to look at her and said, "His plan was still good. You flank left of chapel. Vaus and Homeboy flank right. I suppress from a distance." I looked back at the gated-off area Madame Monroe was taking shelter in and asked, "Hey, what's the Madame doing?" "A spell, I hope," Mika answered, looking nervously back toward the black gates. "Hopefully it's a miracle." 30 seconds later, I was running through the cramped quarters of dead men to get to the wolf-masked bastard at the chapel roof. Vaus and the other guy were running parallel to me a dozen yards across. I was going to beat Vaus there. I'd avenge cool bodyguard guy. I'd crossed half the distance to the chapel when automatic weapons fire erupted from Vaus's direction, followed by 3 rapid explosions. I stopped and could see an enormous amount of white and black smoke swirling up above the crosses and angel statues. I heard screaming. Vaus is screaming. I pivoted sideways and sprinted towards the smoke, almost forgetting about the sniper. I ran up to the wide sidewalk pathway that cut the cemetery in half. The pathway led all the way up to the chapel. Another burst of automatic fire made me quickly take cover, though. I aimed over a waist-high granite coffin into the dissipating smoke to see the silhouette of Vaus stumbling around. His bloodied face was dazed and he was limping, with no weapon to be seen. He locked eyes with me and started towards me. "No, bro, take cover." I patted the air, gesturing him to get down. There was no way he would make it across the sidewalk clearing without being shot. But he didn't listen and stumbled forward like a zombie. I saw a figure moving behind him. At first I hoped it was the fellow red shirt that went with him, but I saw a glint of a silver wolf mask. In an instant, the giant figure, bigger than the one in Mexico, towered over him. The wolf wrapped an arm around Vals's neck, while another hand came down and around to stick a 12-inch knife into Vals's heart with an awful boom. Now, let me just express the next couple of moments the way it played out in my head. Remember, I didn't know Vals had a crazy ghost mom at this point. I screamed in anger, but something else screamed inside my mind. It was a woman's scream. The mental scream filled me with a powerful hatred and grief. Our two voices screamed together as the feeling of electricity pulsed through me. "My son," I screamed in terror. "You killed my boy." I could have started shooting at the giant, but I might hit my boy's body, so I began charging. I pulled the K-bar from my belt as I charged forward. My magic leg exploded underneath me from the sniper shot, and I skidded face first into the sidewalk. I pushed myself up and began crawling towards my son. The knife had slipped during my fall, and my hand was now a bleeding mess. The electric feeling left me, leaving me with the pain racing all throughout my body. I could feel the pain in my real leg. The round must have grazed it. My vision spun from whacking my head on the concrete. A good thing I had my helmet. I stared up at the killer holding Vals's limp body. He threw Vals to the side and knelt down beside a crypt to look at me. We were yards away from each other, me laying bleeding in the open and him hiding in the cover of the crypt. "Oh, we flushed them out," the wolf said into a mic on his collar. "Kill the sniper, so I can put the straggler down." I turned my head to look at the distant chapel. Mika and the wolf sniper had been dueling the whole time, both snipers firing back and forth. But higher up on the steeple, where the shutters to a room were open, a rocket spiraled outwards. The rocket raced over my head and made a beeline towards the graves Mika had bunkered down behind. In an instant, the rocket hissed across the large distance to explode in a fireball. The rocket's residue smoke trail showed its deadly path. The explosion rang out, and I felt a twinge of pain in my heart. "It's done. They killed the girl. They've killed my son," a woman's voice echoed mournfully in my head. "Confirm the kill?" the asshole kneeling next to me asked his mic. He waited a bit then and said, "Roger, come on down. I'm just gonna gut this one real quick." He stalked out to me. Looking at his combat boots reminded me of the time Rafe had taken my leg and how I promised to never quit. I reached up to grab at his groin. I would rip his dick off before he killed me. His sweeping arm spun me onto my back, and his heavy ass mounted on top of me. I tried to grab at his throat, but he swatted my hands away like I was a child. "I don't feel bad, kid," he chided. "Someone with deep pockets paid for the lot of you to die today, no matter how good you think you are." He put his knife, painted with Vals's blood, to my throat and sliced it across deeply. I gurgled and shook as I tried to hold my lifeblood in. My vision started to fade as I stared up at the gleaming silver wolf mask. "A couple of kids against 3 wolves. Sucks to suck, sweetheart," I heard the voice say mockingly as my vision faded to black. The next thing that happened was hard to explain. You know, when you wake up from a deep, deep sleep and you have no idea where you are or what day it is? Well, it was like that times 100. Next thing I knew, I was behind the crypt next to Mika. I immediately threw up, and I could hear Mika doing the same. My heart was racing and my head was pounding. Once the last of my stomach contents had escaped through my mouth, I looked over at a dazed and drooling Mika. "What the fuck?" I asked helplessly. What happened?" Mika threw up again, then looked at me, a twinkle in her eye. "A freaking miracle," she said. "I told you I'd get to the action this round. and I'll explain what the hell's happening at the top of the next one. Bar 15. Checkpoint reload. Okay, where did I leave you off? Oh, right. Yeah, we all got whacked by those mask-wearing assholes. There were 3 of them, and they took us out like we were nothing. It was like we were a JV team going up against professionals. Professionals getting paid millions to do what they do. Vaus was shot to pieces. Mika took a rocket to the face, and I had my throat slit. We all died, but somehow we were all back behind cover, protecting the fenced-in grave with the madame inside. After throwing up, I heard similar gagging and vomiting from across the way, where Monroe's red shirt bodyguard and Vaus were taking cover. Whatever crazy magic affected us seemed to have affected them too. The priestess, must have brought us back, I told Mika. But it was also a question for her to confirm for me. Mika knew way more about this magic stuff than any of us right now. Letty in the bridge, Mika stated. Vaus's mother knew he would get killed. She wanted Monroe to perform a specific spell to save us. At the mention of Vaus's mother, I remembered the feeling of grief and paternal anger when he was killed in front of me. Had I been possessed? I called him my son. Wait, I said out loud, another thought derailing my current pondering. Bodyguard guy, the cool one, is he alive? My hope spiked as I peeked over at the gravestone where I'd last seen the cool bodyguard before the top of his head had been blown off. To my dismay, he was still there, with the top of his head still missing, and my disappointment was immeasurable. Hey, why didn't you bring your boy back? I yelled to the madame kneeling by the concrete grave inside the fenced-in area. I could see she was shaking and drawing patterns on the ground with her finger. She looked up at me. When our eyes locked, I felt a brain zap behind my eyes. Similar to the feeling of being taken over by Vaus's ghost mom, but not as jarring. It's like I could feel her in my mind, like an angry tutor standing over me, watching my work. I acted the spell after Patrick was killed, Monroe said, her voice bouncing around in my head. Now, all you listen up, her voice continued. I looked around to see she grabbed all of our attention as we watched her speak to us without her lips moving. Vaus had a dumb look on his face as he put his hand to his ear and was bewildered why it didn't muffle out Monroe's voice. The spell Mika told me, Letty in the bridge, is a spell I've activated right now. It's a very complex and dangerous spell that almost locked me and my older sister in a perpetual time loop back in our young'un days. The idea of the time loop made sense to me. Well, it was the only thing that made the most sense in a world that had gone crazy on me. So was it like some sort of Groundhog Day situation? No, not like that damn movie, Monroe said with annoyance. That's when I realized the mental communication was 2 ways. It draws from my very life force to reset the clock. You can only travel backwards in time in short bursts. I've long prepared and personalized this cemetery to amplify and enhance my power. But even with the extra help, if I have to bring all of you back from the dead again, it'll surely kill me. There was a pause as we all stared at Madame Monroe. She was panting and covered in sweat, nose bleeding. It was obvious the spell had already taken a heavy toll on her physically. Say it out loud for the rest of the class, child. She spoke loudly in her real voice, directing an annoyed look at Mika. Sorry, Mika stuttered. I was only wondering if the 3 killers out there were also aware of the time loop or not. If they're unaware of what's happening, we can use this to our advantage. No, Madame Monroe's voice said in my head again. I guess it was easier for her to use ESP to communicate with us rather than having to exert herself by speaking out loud. They do not remember the last timeline, the one in which they killed all of you. We have a second chance to turn the tables on them. This new information bounced around between all of our brains for a bit, before Vaus spoke up. All right, we know there are 3 of them. Their ruse was to make us overconfident. They needed us to reveal ourselves and be sideswiped. Faust made eye contact with all of us before continuing. We go in like we did before, except Mika goes with Taylor. Faust pointed at Mika. You fire off some shots from your position right there, then sneak away to flank the road with Taylor, said Faust, motioning to me. Me and Monroe's men will continue like before. When we start taking fire, we'll fall back, hopefully drawing the killer into the open to be shot by crossfire from where you two are hiding. Okay, I said. Well, that's one down. What about the other two? Faust looked flustered and continued angrily. We can deal with that once we put them on the back foot. They're in control of this battlefield right now. Mika opened her mouth to ridicule or compliment Faust's plan. It was impossible to tell, because multiple rock-sized objects landed between us, bouncing off the fence or cracking against a headstone. It only took us a second to realize the objects were some sort of grenades being thrown at us. Blinding lights ricocheted off my skull with a bang as I staggered away from cover. My eardrum screamed and I readied my weapon. I could barely hear Faust's voice calling over the confusion. Here, he's right here. I blinked away the sunspots and swirled towards Faust and Red Shirt Guy to see the blurry outline of Faust grappling with somebody. As my eyesight cleared, I saw the attacker was one of the wolf mercenaries, and they were fighting over a weapon between them, Red Shirt bleeding on the ground, a perfect hole in his forehead. I tried to get a clear shot on the wolf as they wrestled back and forth, and the bastard was doing a good job keeping Faust between us. Faust got the upper hand for a moment and slammed his attacker against the crypt wall with a crack. I only had an instant to squeeze off a round to pop the merc in his shiny metal mask. With a loud ding, the bullet rocked his head backwards. The mercenary never let go of the weapon between them and brought his head arching back into headbutt Faust with a devastating crack. The wolf grappled the staggered Faust close again, leveraging his body as a shield between us. I saw my .556 round had no effect penetrating the mask even at close range. I needed something with more penetrating power. As if reading my mind, I heard Mika yell, "Taylor, down!" I dropped down and Mika's rifle let off a sharp bang above my head, causing a perfect black dot to appear above the right eye of the masked attacker. The wolf dropped like a sack of potatoes, crumpling up on himself and falling backwards. Faust looked back in surprise and with a little outrage. Mika made her shot, only missing his head by an inch. "Forget about it, pretty boy," Mika snapped at his look. "We would have brought you back if I missed. Now, destroy his brain before he heals back up." I saw Faust look down and remove a giant knife strapped to the boot of the downed mercenary. I smiled a grim smile at the thought of the asshole getting decapitated by his own knife. But I should have been paying attention to my surroundings instead, and this was a fatal mistake. I heard a terrible choking sound come from behind me, and I knew it was Mika. I spun around to see the horror with my own eyes. A second mercenary was standing behind her, with his combat knife in her throat. Her mouth gaped wide, and she stared at me bug-eyed as blood gushed out of her open wound. I whipped up my AR to take aim at her attacker. Quicker than I could get a clear shot, though, he pulled the knife out and threw it at me. It spun end over end to stick deeply into my right shoulder. I dropped my rifle and fell backwards. I watched the lifeblood spurt out of Mika's neck wound as her killer pulled a pistol from a drop holster on his leg. He took aim at my head, but with one last burst of defiance, Mika reached out to grapple his outstretched arm. She curled up like a ball, hugging his arm to her chest and letting herself fall to the ground. She pulled him down to be bent over. I knew she was seconds away from death, but the girl was using it to give my ass a chance. I was on my back now, so I rolled to the side to awkwardly grab at my rifle with my left hand. I pulled it up on top of me and crossed my legs like I was sitting on a chair. I propped the barrel of the rifle over my bent legs to get its crosshairs on the bent-over mercenary. I began squeezing shots off in rapid succession. He was only 2 meters away from me, so hitting him wasn't difficult. I was putting out so much lead so fast that something had to hit him. I know some of the shots went wide, and at least one hit Mika's crumpled body, but more hit him. He jerked and grunted as his black armor was torn away. I didn't think it'd be enough. Yes, some of the round penetrated his armor, but he was a fast-healing Mav. Another sound of gunfire joined mine as Vaus began shooting the same baddie from behind me. The dude knew he was losing and pulled a pin on his grenade. Vaus shot him in the arm and he dropped the grenade at his feet. It went off in a brilliant flash, once again disorienting me. My mag ran dry as my vision returned. I spotted the mercenary 12 feet away, bleeding and crawling backwards on his hands and butt. As he crawled up to the corner of the large crypt, I saw the third and final wolf mercenary lean out to pull his buddy behind cover. I looked behind me to see Vaus dropping a spent mag and slapping in another. He looked at me and ran to grab me by the shirt collar. "We've got to find cover," he said as he began pulling my butt across the grass away from the recuperating enemies. Vaus was pulling me with one arm and his rifle slung. I saw that 2 of the fingers on his right hand were broken to bend in unnatural directions. He was nursing it close to his body, and his face was twisted in pain. As we slid into the shadow of a gravestone, I could see the one Mika had shot starting to stir and sit up. Oh, this was not good. Mika was dead, I had a knife sticking out of my shoulder, and Vaus was the only one to carry the team. But all 3 of our attackers were still in the game. In a couple of minutes, they'd be back on their feet. I had to do something. "We've got to retreat," Vaus said down to me in a shaky voice as he leaned against the concrete barrier of the crypt. "I'll hold them off. You get Monroe and run back to the van." Vaus was peeking around the corner and not looking at me, until he heard me let out a grunt of pain. He looked down at me for the first time and was surprised to see tears streaming from my eyes as I held the bloody knife I'd pulled out of my shoulder. "No, I can't lose anyone else," I said. The tears had snuck up on me, ambushing me just as surely as the enemy had. "We'll make it out. You, me, and Mika," I cried. "I'll make Monroe understand, but you have to buy me time." I swiped the blade of the knife across Vaus's chest. He let out a cry of shock, but quickly realized what I'd done. It was a light cut. It only cut the skin, breaking the seal on his chest. "Now, 10 minutes, I said to him as he looked at me with grim understanding. An instant later, he growled and gritted his teeth as a vein began to protrude in his neck. The hardened anger of his mother had been set free. Vaus let out a scream of pain and frustration. He grabbed the top of the crypt we'd hidden against. In a pull-up motion, he launched himself up and over the 6-foot-high barrier. He moved so quick it reminded me of a jack-in-the-box springing out to terrorize a child. Seconds later, I heard the deep, muffled voice of one of the mercenaries shout out in surprise. "Contact! Contact!" the merc said, quickly followed by the sound of gunfire. I knew Vaus would keep his word and keep all 3 of them busy. These guys were very capable of offing Vaus, even in his Super Saiyan form. I had to work fast. I tried to keep my blood from escaping out of the newly created hole in my shoulder. I stumbled over and caught myself on the fence, facing the meditating Monroe. "You have to bring them back. You have to rewind. Go back to the last checkpoint," I said, blabbering as I stared at her. "I don't have enough strength to do that," Monroe answered with strain in her voice. "I can roll you back to the last checkpoint, but cheating death again will cost my body a lot. It is a taboo to interrupt death's finality." I thought for a moment. Gunfire and screams echoing off graves as Vaus fought tooth and nail against our killers. Well, 10 minutes was a big ask. Vaus would burn out or be killed before then. I could feel the hand of time clicking slowly towards our second and final deaths. "Just bring back Mika. Heal Vaus's chest. Can you do that?" I asked desperately. "Yes, but just barely. You'll overburden me." Monroe took a break in talking to swallow hard, sweat beading on her forehead. Converting 3 of you back to the beginning would be too difficult. I still don't think I can bring Mika back. Then let me in the gate with you. You didn't change. You're unaffected by time's reversal. How do you know that? Monroe asked in surprise, opening her eyes for the first time to look at me. Your nose was bleeding during our first round. When we died and came back, you still had it. Now it's starting to bleed from the other nostril. Clever boy, the madame croaked at me in a dry voice. How's foolish to look down on the 3 of you. You'll have to sacrifice a part of yourself to bring back your female friend. Is that fine with you? Yes, I blurted. Equivalent exchange and all that alchemist stuff. I get it. Now, let me in. I will, but bring me something from our attackers. I have an idea, Monroe said. I looked at the bloody knife that had been hurled into my shoulder. Well, that'd do. But I needed something from the others. Monroe screamed and fell forward too weakly to hold herself up on trembling hands. I felt the familiar wave of hate wash over me. I felt the maternal need to charge off into the graves to exact revenge for my son. Even before Monroe told me, I knew Vaus was dead, and we were out of time. I looked down at the ground to see the scorched grass from the flashbangs exploded. I stumbled over to scoop up some metal fragments. Hopefully this would be enough for whatever kind of voodoo she had planned. All right, let me in, I said as I stumbled back to the gate. Monroe was drawing some sort of design in the grass. Just walk through, she said, annoyed, her eyes tight shut. What? I stuttered. Phase through it. I lowered the barrier for you, she screamed at me. I pushed on the black metal gate, expecting my hand to go through like I was a ghost, but nothing happened. This ain't Harry Potter, boy. Push on it and will yourself through. God, even an idiot like you can figure this out. I did as I was told. I was confused as to the madame's true feelings towards me. Did she just compliment me? But I made my way through the metal gate. It was like pushing through Play-Doh that formed back up when you weren't touching. Once on the inside with Monroe, my ears popped, like I was in a different altitude. The surroundings outside the fence looked blurry, with multiple versions of us moving forward, running in reverse, dying and reviving. It hurt my head to watch. Looking out of the gated area gave me intense vertigo and nausea. Everything looked like a VHS security tape that had multiple recordings running at once. Now, look at the ground before you suffer a seizure, Monroe yelled at me once again. You're no good to me if you suffer time-displaced psychosis. I did as she commanded and looked down at my feet. I waddled over to her and knelt by the above-ground coffin, dropping the bloody knife and metal fragments in front of her. To roll back time again, revive your girl, and curse the 3 wolves, I'll need a lot from you, she said sternly, opening her eyes to look into mine. Right, whatever it takes, I whispered sharply. Bring her back so we can kill those bastards. And this is where my part ends. I was pretty useless from this point on. I'll have to get somebody else to give the details on the rest of the story. So, until next time. Well, my dear friends, I've let this one pass by for way too long once again, but really glad to be back with this story, and there is definitely more to come, I can tell you that. This is far from ending, so hope you're all enjoying it, and the continuation, that is. So, yep, I know some of you probably listened all the way from the beginning again, so sorry for taking up hours of your life. I hope it's worth it, and like I said, there's at least another hour more of this story to go. So thanks to Caleb Sleeger for this continuing adventure. Really enjoying it as much as ever. I don't know why I leave it so long, I really don't. But it's done now. So until the next time, my dear friends, you'll have very, very sweet dreams, and bye-bye. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this story today. Really means a lot to me and to the author of the story, of course. Well, if you want to know more about me, I'm pretty much everywhere on social media. You can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can download my music on SoundCloud. I've got a Patreon if you feel like. Throw me $1 or $2. Very much appreciated. And of course, on Reddit, I have a place where you can leave stories if you want me to read one that you've written. Well, hoping to see you all again very soon. Till then, sweet dreams, and bye-bye.